and the public. When addressing the board, please state your name and address and please speak clearly into the microphone. Each person will have 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes to speak. You have a little design down here. When it gets to the yellow, that means you have 30 seconds left. You need to start wrapping up. When it gets to the red, your 3 minutes are up. Please, please, please adhere to the 3 minutes. We have 2 microphones, so start lining up, and I'll go alternating little microphones, okay? Please state your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes to speak. I was in the military, I used to start to my right, but since you're up first, I'm gonna start to my left. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Charlotte Greenberg, and I live in Lutz. This is the Miami Herald Tropic issue, September 15th, 1985. Metro Rail, magnificent idea, became a white elephant. It mirrors, including the consultant firm hired, what the mayor of Tampa, some county commissioners, and all of the profiteers are proposing for Go Hillsborough. From the article, the cities in which rail thrive, London, Manhattan, Chicago, were small, densely packed when it began. None were shaped by the car, as were all the new cities, Miami and Tampa included, and sprawl was encouraged by the government, just like it is here. Sound familiar? Exactly. Dade County even had the same oversight group that we're hearing about. After Metro fell, as author John Dortchner coined it, the feds were not inclined to give counties money for more of the same, and Tampa isn't an exception. One of the consultants quoted in this article said, "Affluence breeds affluence. Rail isn't magic. Where development is not likely to occur for external reasons, rail won't make it happen." He was replying to a suggestion that extending the line to the northern corridor would help the impoverished black communities who were promised more buses and who didn't get them, who were promised high-paying jobs and didn't get them, just like we're promised more buses with Go Hillsborough. Property to make way for the elephant in poor and minorities communities will be taken, even if the people don't want to move. It's called eminent domain. And in February 2014, this county administrator told the Citizens Advisory Group that this county would use eminent domain. So folks, if you don't want to move, you're going to move whether you like it or not when they want to make way for their rail. And then there's the latte comment from an elite Citizens Advisory Board member back in February 2014, who said, "Oh, so you'll buy one less latte at Starbucks." It shows the arrogance of the wealthy and connected who can't figure out that it's about struggling families who won't be able to buy basics because they live so close to bare bones. 47% of the people in this country live paycheck to paycheck. If we're gullible enough to allow this tax to pass, what happens when it turns to Stonehenge? As Professor Melvin Weber of Berkeley is quoted in The Tropic, "So they'll juggle the books to pay for it. Nobody rides Metro Rail. They're trying to bribe people to take Metro Rail to the airport in Miami because nobody wants to ride it." Go Hillsborough is insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Stop it now before it runs you over.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Carolyn Kelly, and I live in Plant City. If we're a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, why would you deny the people the right to decide whether or not it's okay to be taxed? In 1776, we won a war to break away from Great Britain because we were against taxation without representation. When the people get to decide if they want to be taxed with their own voice, that is the ultimate form of representation. In 2012, more than 500,000 Hillsborough County voters came out and voted in the election. I implore the 7 of you not to take away the voice of 500,000 people. Give us our right to decide what we, the people, think is best. Please, let us make up our collective minds and let us go on the ballot for November. Let the opponents to the tax and those who are for it present their cases to the public. Let it be on their shoulders to convince the masses of their position. As far as my position, since I am from Plant City, by all rights I should be against light rail and against transportation initiatives that will have little or no benefit for me, against a tax that will be more advantageous to those in Tampa. the university area or any other areas that I don't frequent, but I'm not. I'm a strong advocate for Go Hillsborough. I realize that it's not perfect and it requires faith in our government leaders. And this is hard to have sometimes. We have to start somewhere. There simply is not enough money in the budget, no matter how much you cut, to find the massive amounts for basic road improvements that we currently need, not to mention the future needs and the mass transit. There's no combination of sustainable or recurring funding to make it work. None. For those that say this plan does not go far enough, this tax will die at the hands of the voters if it's too rail heavy, or if a 1-cent tax instead of a half-cent is raised. Over 60% of the county lives in unincorporated areas, and a lot of them are well, if it doesn't benefit me, I'm not voting for it. Mind frame. Why are we ready to cut our noses off to spite our faces because we aren't getting everything we want? Although I live in one of those areas and mass transit options for me will still be limited, I know we have to start somewhere. Those who say all rail or nothing are as uncompromising as those who say no new tax for tracks. Our society seems to have lost the ability to compromise, where no one gets everything they want, but everyone gets something. For the good of our community and for the growth of our county, we need to make sure that everyone gets something, even if we have to give up for now on us getting our everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Neiman.
Good evening, everyone. George Neiman, Dover, Florida, 33527. I wanted to show slides, but they told me they didn't have the equipment, so I'm going to hold up my slides and hopefully people can see them. The first thing I would tell this group is I would say you need to go back and rework this plan because it needs to be scrutinized and reprioritized. There is enough money in the budget. If you look carefully at the budget, you see millions of dollars a year given to chambers of commerce. We give a lot of freebies out there. And so I would say we need to really scrutinize. When I hear someone say, no, there is no money in the budget, and then I look at the budget, I see a lot that could be cut. So let's stop the shell game and let's prioritize and scrutinize. And no trust, no tax. That's my slogan. We've got a 30-year tax for a 10-year plan. Oh my God, not another CIT. And the interesting thing is that Administrator Merrill tries to use CIT as a great idea, like, you know, well, we'll be responsible for what we pay for. Look at what we did with CIT. Yes, we are looking at what you did with CIT, and we're not happy with it, and we're going to be paying till 2026, and we don't have any money left. Here's the transit tax scam. This is another part of it. You folks already approved the mobility fees, unfortunately, because the mobility fee, a lot of people are not aware. I attended the focus groups as a citizen. I got a lot of detail, and in that detail, it showed that we still are going to give the majority of money in free rides to the development lobbyists. And they say, the commission are quoting to the press and saying, we're giving, the developers will now pay a fair amount. They will not pay a fair amount. Your own expert said the most you'll ever get out of them is 30% of the actual cost. So we, the taxpayer, get stuck with the other 70%. Even 30% is woefully short of what they should be paying. And I respect Mayor Buckhorn, but I have to challenge him on his statements. Don't mislead us. This panel, as well as the mayor, stop misleading us. We are all paying for rail because if they get 17%, and every time I go to the store out in unincorporated Hillsborough, I'm going to pay that 0.5%, and they're going to take 17% of it and fund rail.
Thank you, sir.
I'm paying for it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Gerald White, Hillsborough County community activist. First, I want to thank this board and the Mayor's Buckhorn for this dynamic, unique plan that addresses comprehensively all the transportation needs that we have in Hillsborough County. Now, I drive 18 miles back and forth to work, been doing it for 30 years. And years ago, it didn't take me over an hour to get to work and to get back home. And I'm looking for some relief driving in unincorporated Hillsborough County. And this plan addressed my concerns as a citizen. My other concern as an African American, African Americans want to be able to get some of these good, high-wage, quality jobs in unincorporated Hillsborough County. This transportation plan provides citizens in the inner city an opportunity to get to unincorporated Hillsborough County where the best and the good jobs are. This is an opportunity that we want, that we've been praying for, that we've been hoping for. And we're calling on the Commission of Hillsborough County to deliver us tonight. Deliver the solid vote that will bring progress for this generation and generations to come. I've heard all of the arguments. I've been to the meetings. This is a solid, pure program that addresses the needs of our time. And there's no reason that this commission shouldn't have a unanimous vote tonight to give the citizens of Hillsborough County an opportunity to cast the vote. And I am a yes vote. My wife is a yes vote. My children is a yes vote. My colleagues at work that I know of are a yes vote. We're ready to deliver the yes vote, but you got to do your part and put it on the ballot and give us that unique opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime true chance for the citizens, and all we can do is ask you to give us the chance to vote. The case has been made. The argument has been heard. This is not about the media. This is about the citizens of Hillsborough County. All of us, all 1.2 million citizens want this delivery. Give it to us. I'm asking you. I'm asking you to give me an opportunity to go into the voting booth and vote for transportation for my future, for my family's future, for my grandchildren's future. Now is the time. Now is the opportunity. Don't let me down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name's Enrique Woodruff, and I'm the current president of the West Shore Alliance. And I appreciate being allowed to speak, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. We obviously wrote a letter a couple of days ago in terms of our support of allowing the people to vote for the referendum. I would like to share just quickly that I'm a former HART board member, and I will share with you that I went through the times where we didn't have much money in the HART. And this is a huge infusion, not only what happens in terms of our part of West Shore, but also in terms of all of Hillsborough. The second thing that's important is that we represent over 15,000 employees in West Shore Alliance, out of about 90,000. It's a significant number. We think that this is an incredible plan. I think the opportunity for all of us to be able to transport ourselves and have opportunities for additional transit are significant. Now, I do have copies of this letter. These were sent to you. Do I need to submit this for the record? Again? Because I'd be happy to if you think.
I'll take it. Mr. Rickett, I'll take it. I'll take it here. You did? Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Brandon Martin from Brandon. I am born and raised in New York City. And obviously being from New York City, I grew up with public transit. It afforded me and my family the ability to explore the city, to get to school, it enhanced my standard of living. Then we moved down here, and it was kind of a culture shock, not able to get around as easily or having to drive everywhere. So you can tell I'm definitely in support of this. I will say, as a millennial, and the trend with millennials being that we support public transit, jobs coming to this area would probably be a lot more difficult without the option of public transit. I think that would benefit the area a lot more if we had that. And also the trend of moving closer to urban areas. Tonight is not really about, it's not really about whether or not this is, the point of tonight is obviously whether we have the chance of voting on it. And loud and clear, I think just that should be a no-brainer, just to let that go on and go to the voters. But speaking to it a little bit more, I think the referendum itself, the way it was written, is very clear for the voters, and I don't see why they would have a problem understanding the benefit that it would bring to them. The ordinance itself, also clear, and it states that 75% of the funding is going to roads, bridges, sidewalks, intersections. So for those who think that this wouldn't really be benefiting the county as a whole and for maintenance of roads, I think would need to take a look at the ordinance. The possibilities that would come out of it that would benefit public transit would be more weekend and late night service, increased frequency of the HART running, and personal transportation services for the elderly and disabled, which I know from friends of mine is sorely needed in contributions in funding. I know that there's a lot of opponents to this that are here tonight, and I would say to those, they say that there's a declining in ridership, but that would probably be to lower gas prices and a better economy. And honestly, if there were more funding, that would combat some of the decreased ridership. I guess I'll wrap it up, and I'll say that this is not for the benefit of any one person or a politician that might have been said, but it's for the benefit of all of us and for the future of the area. So I think it would be selfish to say that taxes shouldn't be allowed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Shirley Wood. I live in Lithia, Florida, 33547. We do not want a tax referendum on the November ballot. I do not want my grandchildren strapped with a tax that they are not even old enough to vote on, but will be paying on the majority of their adult life. Whether it's a 30-year or a 10-year tax, it's an unnecessary tax for a bad plan that is bad policy. The proposal is flawed and was created by a flawed process. There is no technical or data analysis to support the items on the project list. The items on the list are all for political reasons. This mess should not be put on the November ballot. We need our elected officials to do their job and stop the bad plan now. This is what we have elected officials for. A bad plan like this should never get to the ballot. Do your job and make this decision and stop the referendum now. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is Len Mead. I moved to Apollo Beach a couple of years ago from Massachusetts. It's what we call Taxachusetts, and that's why so many people move here, because the taxes are low and things are growing. And I'm pleased to see, for example, Apollo Beach, Amazon coming in with 1,000 new jobs, 1,000 new houses, 1,000 new taxpayers. And so here tonight, you're going to vote yes or no, whether to put a 7% county tax increase on a ballot, and supposedly for transportation. Well, this led me, in looking about coming here tonight, to look at, well, what's happening with the taxes you're getting already? Well, our taxes are rising over 30% a year. They're exploding. You guys are swimming in our taxes. And so, well, gee, why don't we have the potholes fixed? Why don't we have better transportation? Well, then I looked into that a little and looked at your own figures on the Hillsborough County, and I come to find out that, unfortunately, you, for whatever reason, are only spending 3% of the budget that you get on transportation. And then you look at the averages by all the counties in Florida, and it's 12%. In other words, you're spending only a third of what all the other counties in this state are spending. Well, no wonder we got potholes. No wonder we got roads that are taking people an hour and a half to get to work. So my suggestion is it's so simple. Please don't bother. Don't put this tax hike anywhere. Just reallocate the growing taxes you've already got, 30% a year, and spend maybe 5, maybe 10% on transportation instead of the 3 that you're doing now. It might even preserve the fact that you would get reelected to your positions. Because, you know, people don't like tax hikes. They kill jobs. And the small businessmen, I mean, it kills increase. Please don't do this to us. Take the solution. Just reallocate what we have and don't bother us with tax hikes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Laura Rambo Lee, and I'm from Lutz 33559. And leading up to the 2010 election, I did extensive research on light rail with the proposed 1 penny increase in sales tax. Now you're coming back with 0.5 cent increase. A 1% increase would not cover the cost that were being proposed. So how do you expect to have a 0.5 cent tax cover that? What I discovered was that there's no city in the country where light rail has been implemented that has seen the purported benefits of less congestion and reduced pollution. What I did find was that light rail does not take any significant amount of drivers off the roads. It increases congestion for commuters due to loss of automobile lanes and crossing road intersections. It cannibalizes bus service due to its high cost of operation and maintenance. It increases accidents, both pedestrian and vehicle, and it increases crime and redistributes it around the rail lines and corridors. Any increase in sales tax redistributes money out of the pockets of middle class and those most needy, the aged, handicapped, and poor. A sales tax increase increases commercial rents, which increases the cost of doing business and therefore increases the cost of goods and services to the consumer. A sales tax increase takes money out of our pockets, money which we would otherwise spend on small businesses such as retail and food service operations. A sales tax increase redistributes money out of our pockets to help fund crony projects and only helps those who stand to make money from the developing, building, financing, eminent domain, and other legal work involved in such projects. Please, respectfully, I ask you not to put a sales tax referendum on the 2016 ballot. We voted in 2010 overwhelmingly against it and against light rail. I ask that you respect the will of the people that you represent. Please stop wasting your time and our money on the Go Hillsborough proposal and address the issue of fixing our roads with the funds that you have. Thank you.
Journal is running a little poll. It's been running for 48 hours. Just one question. Do you support Go Hillsborough? With 700 respondents, or a little under 700 respondents this afternoon, 69% said no, 28% yes, and only 3% don't know. So put that in your memory bank. As I said, the worst aspect of Go Hillsborough is a sales tax increase. You know, county taxpayers like me, we feel like Rodney Dangerfield. We get no respect. There's no money for transportation, but if you're the Yankees, well, there's $40 million. You need a soccer stadium or a park in your district? No problem. Transportation? Geez, I'm sorry we don't have any money for that, but we believe strongly in your right to vote for more taxes for yourself. Now, if you put this on the ballot, ladies and gentlemen, you're not just asserting the people's right to decide. Almost nobody that I know really buys that. A vote by you to put this referendum on the ballot is a vote for a tax increase. Period. It's a vote you'll have to live with in your next campaign. Either transportation's our highest priority, as you say, or it's not. Either way, you have plenty of money for what's proposed here. You know, if we're going to have 500,000 people come into this county, there's going to be a lot of homes. The ad valorem taxes are going to grow, and home values are going to grow also. You have lots of money, you're going to have lots of money into the foreseeable future. You need to take this funding requirement from your increasing revenue stream, plus a fair contribution from builders and developers, and maybe even a gas tax. There's easily $120 million per year available there. A tax increase on top of that would be paying for it twice, and that's just not right. What we would really appreciate is you're protecting our right to keep what we earn. So vote no on putting this tax on the ballot and fund the projects needed with the money and the means you have now. Don't ask us to pay for it twice. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Joe Oda, 9980 Stockbridge Drive, Tampa 33626, residing in the West Chase community, Northwest County. To begin, appreciation is extended to all our commissioners and staff for the enormous amount of excellent work completed to create the Community Transportation Plan. Now, the urgent matter is that of taking important steps toward funding for the plan's multiple components. I and others in my Northwest community hope that our commissioners will, in the majority, vote favorably to approve the ordinance for a referendum on the proposed 0.5% sales tax and place that decision in the hands of all Hillsborough County voters this next November. We all hold views, biases, maybe even dogmas on taxes and government. Mr. Lincoln, while working toward the Emancipation Proclamation, observed that, quote, "The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. We must disenthrall ourselves." Our storm at this point is a countywide crisis in transportation matters. Perhaps we can now call upon flexibility in decision-making to confront and overcome the present situation. Please vote in the majority to approve this referendum, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mechanic.
Mr. Chairman, board members, good evening. My name is David Mechanic, 305 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. I'm here as a citizen of Hillsborough County, and I also had the opportunity to participate with the Chamber of Commerce, Tampa Chamber of Commerce, and the West Shore Alliance in the formulation of their letters of support this evening. But I am here as an individual to urge you to put the recommended plan on the ballot as recommended by the Policy Leadership Group and your staff. And I must say the effort that has gone into this plan and the study has been extraordinary, something I have not seen in my entire career here in Hillsborough County. You have taken extraordinary steps to get to the point you are this evening. and I would only urge you to put this matter on for a referendum. Without a referendum, you will not be able to make a dent in the transportation needs for Hillsborough County. I would just like to end, I'll be brief, I won't use up the 3 minutes, but you will hear some people say there are too much transit in this plan. You will hear some people say that there's not enough transit in this plan. The truth is, this is a very well-balanced plan because it was designed to accommodate the needs. I think the mayor indicated. The staff heard the people in the community, you got input, and it is a plan that really does respect the needs and wishes of people all over this county. And I think it's a great example of how we can move forward and resolve or begin to resolve the transportation problems in Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Pierre Matherin, 3409 West Caracas Street, Tampa, Florida, 33614. Opportunity and choice. That is why we assembled here tonight. The decision to be made is whether to allow the citizens of Hillsborough County to choose how to shape the transportation future of our community and how to pay for it. Do we give our community the opportunity to compete against the other areas around the country and the world that have made a commitment to improve transportation? Do we give our citizens transportation choices other than automobiles? The voters of our county have been allowed to vote on taxing matters regarding the purchase of environmentally sensitive land and the community investment tax. Why not give the voters a choice in their transportation future, especially when other major transportation projects as I-75, the Selman, and the Veterans Expressway were not? What I just said was not difficult to compose. I just read a near verbatim record of my comments I made nearly 6 years ago in this building when the Board of County Commissioners was considering the last sales tax for transportation referendum. Do I consider this plan to be perfect? No. But rejecting this proposal and waiting for a perfect plan that is perfect in the eyes of everyone in Hillsborough County will be a futile effort while our transportation system falls further behind and crumbles in front of us. Once again, I will repeat my concluding remarks from 6 years ago. Put the referendum on the ballot. Let the important debate continue. Give the voters of Hillsborough County an opportunity to choose for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Greg Prentice, Riverview, Florida, 33578. First off, I have the need to clarify some confusion here in the room this evening. We are not a democracy. We're a representative republic. And the goal of that representative republic is not compromise, it's governance wisdom. And we've been sorely lacking that in this whole Go Hillsborough effort. Now, regarding the rail that people have been talking about, we don't have the density for that. We don't have the density of Boston or New York, maybe never will. We don't have the density for rail. It doesn't make any sense. That's part of this lack of wisdom. Our Hillsborough traffic, people talk about it being so bad. Nationwide, it's average. And that's after decades of underfunding the problem. What might we be? What might the situation be if we'd been adequately funding it all along instead of the 3% and the 10 or 20, 30 million that we've heard about in the past? Earlier, the mayor mentioned about Tampa funding its own rail. That's not possible with the portion they're given. Flat out impossible for his portion to fund rail by himself. And for him to claim otherwise and call somebody else a liar, it makes me unbelievable. Our taxes nationwide across the board are at an all-time high. And we're sitting here after just voting to not do this 6 years ago. We've gone through this whole 3-year-plus process to ask the question again, why? And then it's not even done with good analysis. It's done with the marketing sham of Go Hillsborough. Wanted to talk about it not being top-down. Reprioritizing the budget was never a part of any presentation of Go Hillsborough. Everybody got that? Reprioritizing the budget was never an option presented. That was a top-down decision, right? The people were never given the opportunity to even ask about it. Forgive me for getting bothered. I really need the county commission, you represent a republic, you need to do the job and reprioritize the existing budget. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Ron Weaver, 401 East Jackson Street, and I'm here on behalf of the National Association of Industrial and Office Parks, which has voted to support at least 20 years and a half-cent sales tax because our 20,000 employees and almost 200 members desperately need this help in order to get around, in order to achieve the productivity, and in order to continue this community's growth, and in order to offer millennials and others the ability to come here for their jobs. I was inspired by Carolyn from Plant City and Pierre and Joe and Brandon and all the others, and reminded that an old man going a lone highway came in the evening cold and gray to a chasm vast and deep and wide. Though treacherous, he crawled and clawed to the other side. But once he'd reached that other side, he stopped to build a bridge to span that tide. A fellow traveler traveling near said, "Old man, your journey will end with the setting sun. Why this bridge have you begun?" The old man looked up from his sweat and his stones, and he said, "A fair-haired youth will pass this way and pass in the twilight dim. I'm building this bridge for him." I think today that you have an opportunity to take at least 20 and hopefully 30 years of the building of bridges where we'll know where the next third and the next half of that bridge will go so we can do it right from scratch. My favorite movie is Life with Mama. Life with Mama involves the Sunday night, too little money, too many needs. The family has too little money and too many needs, and George is going to college, and all the other kids pitch in so George can go to college and come back and work so the other kids can eventually go to college. If Mary Ann wants to go to nursing school and Frankie wants to go to music school and they all three say, "I've got to go," then they'll have nothing. Roads and rail are finding a perfect balance here. To have roads or rail say no to the other, to not get in line and get a place responsibly in what we trust is your $905 million smart, 5 judges auditable plan requires a public hearing to change it. You have great oversight. This is only $1.22 per week, 18 cents per day for us to spend more time with our children and our grandchildren and our friends rather than in traffic. I urge you to come to the table and realize that we must let the roads and the rail find their way the way Life with Mama does when you have too little money and too many needs, and let each one of the other children find their way, and especially Jenny at the end of the table, because Jenny's at the end of that Life with Mama table, and in the 19th year, we need to know where can Jenny find her transportation way to the future of this community. She deserves a chance too. In the 29th year as well, I hope you'll go to 30 years, at least 20 years. I believe that the monies that we've looked at today, we shouldn't be around the family table on Sunday night and let our cousins throw rocks, throwing rocks that disparage something that you've earned the trust. Your successors will campaign and earn that trust. You found a way to put together a plan which we believe the second and the third 10 years of will be just as astute. And finally, I'll close with this. The ability of this community to move forward is totally dependent. Thank you, Mr.
Weaver. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman Miller. I'm Christine Burdick. I reside in the city of Tampa, 33606. I also serve as the president of the Tampa Downtown Partnership and have been in that role for the last 14 years. I've learned how to love this community, waiting ever for a little bit less car dependency. But we have as an organization, and our organization serves as an advocate for the downtown community, representing 225 members of our organization, 8,100 residents, and 58,000 employees that reside in downtown Tampa. The employees who work there depended on access to downtown in order to have that job. Our board of directors, representing 42 businesses and heads of organizations, have voted to support the referendum. At the 30-year level would be ideal. Even 20 years would be a good move so that we could get some new transportation efforts and new transportation advantages that other communities have over us. We support and really am very pleased that you took action last night to share the cost of building roads, and now, similar to some eloquent people who spoke before me, I hope that 5 of you, but I bet more, can really find the way to support something which is as simple as giving everybody who would pay this tax the opportunity to vote on it. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your positive reactions.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Chris Kenny, 9067 Elliott Circle in Tampa, unincorporated town and country. First of all, let me say this. I 100% support the objectives that you seek as far as improved transportation and the benefits that will be derived from that, including reduced pollution, greenhouse gases, and reduced congestion. Likewise, I am equally opposed to the form of funding as a sales tax, because a sales tax is the most regressive form of taxation there is in our country, and Florida ranks second. Has the second most regressive tax structure of all the states. It disproportionately impacts people of modest means. And I'll just cite the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. For example, someone earning under $30,000 a year pays between 3 and 3.5% in sales tax in Florida, of their income in sales tax, whereas someone who's in the top 5% pays less than 1%. So I applaud the objectives. We need it for the environment. We need it for our community. The ironic concept, or part of this, is that the people who vote least, people who are lower incomes, and I think you can look at the statistics on this, who vote most infrequently, the poor, are the people who will have to share a higher proportion of their income, of a burden on this. I'd encourage you to look at alternatives. The local option gas tax, for one. There's a nexus between it and transportation. That's why that would be one option. The other is, I recognize that we're hamstrung in Florida because of the structure of what limitations we have on the types of taxes, including the inability to have a state progressive income tax. So I want you to consider that if someone earns $100,000 a year and they spend $500 for a product, they're spending $35 in sales tax. Someone who earns $20,000 also is only spending $35, but it's disproportional to their income, and it puts that burden on the poor person. So I would ask you to consider that factor and look at alternatives and lobby the legislature to come up with a better system to allow you to achieve the objectives that you want to achieve and improve our transportation system that way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. Thank you for having this event tonight. I'm Bob Rorlach with the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce. I live in Tampa 33629. The Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce, as you know, passed a resolution supporting a minimum of 20 years half-cent sales tax for our community. We prefer that you do 30 years. We think that is the best way to go, but there's been a lot of talk of doing less than 20, and that was concerning. So we prefer a 30-year half-cent sales tax to work on our transportation needs. To improve transportation and roads and other ways for people to be able to get around, yes, there is a cost, but the cost of doing nothing is significantly greater than doing something, and we need to do something to get that done. This isn't about today, it isn't about tomorrow, it's for way down the road in the future. At some point, we as a society seem to have stopped remembering we need to invest now for tomorrow. We need to be doing that today, and we encourage you to be working to do that. You know, if we just kick the can down the road one more time, it's just going to be more expensive down the road to try to fix the problems that will continue to get worse as we go through this process. I also want to congratulate all of you for this process you have had. It hasn't been a perfect process. The plan isn't perfect, but it's a heck of a lot better than nothing. I congratulate you for that hard work. We're working towards getting better, and it's one step at a time, not one giant leap to total solution. That's what needs to be done. Those are my chamber comments. On a personal note, Monday night I was at my Bible study with about 125 men. The minute it was over, a gentleman walked over with a significant limp as he came to me. And he said he had seen what the chamber done in the paper and thanked me for the chamber doing that. It takes him 2 hours and 2 buses to get to work every day. He can't afford a car, and he counts on the buses. Sometimes he has to miss a bus because the bike rack is full and he can't get his bike on there. We've got to do something here. What kind of society are we? We've got to start worrying about not all of us in the room, but those that couldn't get here that need this to be done. This isn't about any of us in the room. It's about those who need this to be able to get to work, to support their families, to take care of their children, to take care of their parents, and survive. I encourage you to do this. It's important to our community. 30 years, half-cent sales tax. You'll be investing in our community. It's the right thing to do. We're counting on your leadership. You all ran to be leaders in our community. We're counting on you to be leaders tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bailey.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kent Bailey, 15012 Highway 301, Tenoda, Sassa, Chair, Tampa Bay Sierra Club. I want to begin by thanking you for the work you've done on mobility fees. That will go a long way towards finding future funding for transit and transportation, and also for your direction to look into setting aside new revenue to also provide funding for transit and transportation. It's clear to me that you recognize the challenge of transit and transportation looms large in Hillsborough County, and it has been said often before, when a major corporation looks at moving to Tampa and they come up against the fact that we don't have real public transportation, it holds us back economically. That being said, you knew there was going to be a but, didn't you? I'm still not clear exactly what this plan is. I'm not sure why we have $124 million set aside for BRT instead of directing that to HART. This will become clear as we go forward. We're going to be looking at the mix of funding for roads versus transit that comes out of the mobility fees and new revenue set aside, as well as this plan. And we're going to look at it in aggregate, because Sierra Club is very interested in seeing significant improvements in transit funding in Hillsborough County. I understand that the lean times left the county with a deficit. Our roads out in the county are in bad shape in many places. It is tempting to say, and some will say, if roads were the problem or the solution, we wouldn't have a problem. We have more roads than we've ever had, but we also have more people than we've ever had, and we have more traffic. However, the fact that we have more people really goes to make transit a more viable option. Transit will create density. Density will create transit. The idea that we are a car-centric culture kind of ignores the fact that there aren't any options. Any other major city in the world that does not have a public transportation system and is not car-centric is going to be horse, mule, and donkey-centric, or else foot-centric, because you just don't have a choice. As for the term, I want to remind you, sea level is inching up. You knew I was going to mention that, right? Currently, 1¼ inches per year in Miami is the latest record of the last 5 years. When you think about 30 years, think about 3 feet of water. Davis Island would have to be abandoned. So before you lock us in to an inflexible plan that's 30 years long, either reconsider the term or consider making it flexible, because we going to see some shifting priorities in the next 20, 30 years down the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jeannie Webb. I live at 408 Forest Oak Drive, Seffner, Florida. I'm a Republican activist, and I'm speaking to the 5 Republican county commissioners on the board. I hope you do your job tonight and vote no on this tax referendum. I do support the need for improvement of our roads, but we have money and funds available. If rail is such a great idea, then we should have a public business support it. It does not have to be supported by the public. It should be a private business that funds that. I can state in Orlando, they passed the referendum to have rail. They did initiate phase 1 with a federal grant. They started to go into phase 2, and the federal government pulled the grant, said they would not fund it because they did not have the ridership in phase 1. That was in October of last year. I also would like to advise the public of an email that I had an opportunity to review last night. It was sent to the county commissioners on April 22nd from Sandra Pinole. It states, Commissioners, attached, please find the agenda and backup information for next week's public hearings on mobility fees and proposed transportation surtax ordinance. And I'm sure you all got a copy of it. The report that I want to refer to is the Future of Hillsborough, the comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, Florida. And I want to address the parking management program. And this is a really important issue for those people who live in downtown Tampa or who drive to downtown Tampa. The objective, within 1 year of the effective date of this amendment, and through the policies listed below, the county will implement a parking management program, allowing for parking reductions in activity centers, multi-modal districts, overlay districts, and redevelopment areas as appropriate. And the policy. This is very interesting. Through incentives or disincentives, the parking management program will reduce the amounting parking available to single occupant vehicles and encourage the use of public transport. Yes, this is really, I have the copy of it. And this just reminds me of the UN Agenda 21, taking away the will of the people and forcing them to do the will of the government. We people need to get informed and realize what's going on here. Do we have an example in Hillsborough County of government gone wrong?
Daniel Kane, 1421 Hilton Place, Tampa, 33604. That's about a half-mile walk from the Sly Avenue, so I took the 41 bus here. The gentleman that said this doesn't affect anybody in this room is mistaken. I haven't owned a car for a year and a half. I'm an executive. I'm a licensed mental health professional. I get to my office and back every day using Heartline. Now, that's not adequate to get me a full-time job. I might have a meeting at the sheriff's office at 1 and at DCF at 3. So I use Uber. Please don't arrest me, Mr. Christ. I use Uber all the time. Uber is the biggest innovation in Hillsborough County. And you folks are fighting it. I don't understand how you folks are fighting it. A couple weeks ago, I hurt my foot playing softball, and I couldn't walk the half a mile on my crutches to the bus. So I used Uber. In other jurisdictions, Uber partners with the public transportation system to solve the last mile problem. It's reduced the incidence of drunken driving arrests in Tampa, Florida, in Hillsborough County. So I also just came for 3 months working in Houston, where they just opened their third rail line. And the terminating was right across from the place I was working. And I asked all the 50 people, where could I live that I could take that train and get to work? No one knew. Now, I will tell you that in Houston, they're building lots of apartments around the transit centers. And I'm not opposed to light rail, but it's not enough. We need to be innovative. We need to use the technology that's out there. Ride sharing, you just announced that Zipcar, and there's going to be an on-call shuttle in downtown. That's the kind of innovation we need. We don't need a bunch more roads. We don't need light rail. We need innovation. We need creativity. We need to use the technology that's out there to get people like me back and forth to work, to Publix, to buy my groceries, and to church on Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Davison, 17823 Hickory Moss Place in New Tampa. And I was appointed to the Committee of 99 by the Tampa City Council that Mr. Buckhorn sat on. And I was a backer of Mr. Buckhorn when he lost to Pam Iorio, and I was a backer of Mr. Buckhorn when he won. And I can tell you I'm appalled at what he just did here tonight. He didn't tell you that Hart's going to be on the hook for $55 million of that rail, did he? He didn't tell you that. That the Tampa rail that he's going to build, Hart's going to be on the hook for $55 million. Of course he didn't. And I'm here today because there's concerns that need to be addressed before there's legal action taken in either in the courts or with the Secretary of State of the state of Florida on this ordinance. Most of us here are upset because it's not telling the truth. The $117 million per year the staff states as being the revenue, you know how they calculated that? They said it was in constant year dollars. They never calculated out constant year dollars. They just made up a number first year of the tax and multiplied it by 30. That is not methodology used anywhere in any organization, including Hillsborough County. It wasn't the methodology they used for the indigent health care tax when they came to you when you wanted to expand it, and it wasn't for the CIT tax when they calculated it. Do you know why they did that? They didn't want to confuse these people. They think that you don't know the difference between $3.5 billion and $5 billion. And that's what the actual value of this tax is going to be, $5 billion. You will be able to build the entire rail system as in the MPO's long-range transportation plan with the money that they are going to vote for. And do you know something else that they didn't tell you? There is no model in this entire county that even with a 1-cent sales tax, that your trip to work is going to be any shorter than it is right now. That's a lie. And anybody who believes it, I have the proof right here. I have every single study that the MPO has done, and they all say the same thing. Things are going to get worse. There are going to be almost 70 VMTs. Your trip and the average speed in this county is going to go from 32 miles an hour down to 24 to 25 miles an hour. And there's nothing you can do about it because there's not 600,000 people coming to town, there's 800,000 people coming to town. I'm going to have a meeting with the county attorney to try to defray this. But this will not go unchallenged, I can promise you, and there is going to be a choice. They're filing a political action committee, and by 2018 you will be able to vote on whether you can put a cap on the operating budget for Hillsborough County. And that money, the surplus, will go into transportation, and it will be able to be given to HART, it will be able to be bonded, and it will do everything and more than what this has.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask everyone to please speak into the mic. We're having some problems hearing you. Please speak, get closer to the microphone, pull it up a little bit, speak directly into the microphone. I'll leave that alone. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. Eric Larson. I'm here on behalf of the Tampa Innovation Alliance, and Mark Sharp, a former colleague of yours. Unfortunately, he's unable to attend tonight. He's in St. Louis looking at the Cortex and Innovation District there and attending the first Robotics National Championship. But on behalf of the Innovation Alliance and our core membership of Moffitt Cancer, Florida Hospital, University Mall, Busch Gardens, and USF, all that require transit cars to come to these institutions, they've asked us to step forward and express their desire that you put this on. We prefer a 30-year tax, but we ask that you please place it on the ballot. Thank you, and thank you for coming out tonight. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Sharon Calvert. I live in Lutz, 33548. I oppose the proposed sales tax hike. It's ironic that it's about the same time as May of 2010 when we were in the same building at a public hearing for the referendum that was defeated in 2010. And it's ironic that after the defeat, one of the first things that was said was, we simply didn't have time to educate the public. Well, here we are again at the same time. And the ballot language, it is confusing and chaotic, and it's disingenuous as the proposed tax hike. The 10-year list of projects it is to fund was created through a marketing campaign, not an engineering analysis. Where's the proof that these projects will relieve congestion? The plan is so flawed that it could increase congestion and travel time, especially with the hundreds of thousands of people that expected to be moved here by 2040. Over 20 years, for all the money spent, we're only getting 20% congestion relief. This is not a $3.5 billion tax hike. The MPO's long-range transportation plan estimates a 0.5% sales tax hike will generate $4 billion over 20 years. The county population is growing, and if you use the MPO's growth factor, this tax hike will generate at least $6.1 billion over 30 years. I think it's a bit deceptive to not be honest with the actual numbers with the public. The county has said for years, and we were told throughout the Go Hillsborough campaign, there simply was no money for maintenance, road maintenance. But not a penny of the tax hike is going to maintenance in unincorporated. Suddenly, $259 million was magically found, $26 million a year for 10 years out of general revenues to pay for maintenance. Again, the public was deceived. Trust has been lost. The proposed tax hike is flawed, and it's bad policy. Good governance never would put bad policy on any ballot. This is an expensive non-solution for a real problem. And I think taxpayers deserve better. It's time for Plan B. Vote no on the tax hike. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Karen Jarosh. I live at 16501 East Course Drive, and I'm offering my personal opinion here tonight. I also am a HART board member. I have a degree in industrial and management systems engineering from USF and a licensed professional engineer in the state of Florida. As an undergrad, I tutored engineering economics and was trained to seek viable solutions and to problems and analyze the economic viability and technical merit of each potential solution. In private industry, one of my duties was to perform value engineering studies for large capital investments. One of these studies involved creating a computer simulation of the factory floor to see how many more widgets we could get through the manufacturing process for a proposed large investment, an exercise not unlike what we're trying to achieve here tonight. My employer expected me to maximize results given our limited investment resources. Commissioners should have the same expectations for our problem at hand. I cringe every time I hear an elected official say they want to maximize revenue, and I've heard it several times over the past few weeks as this board has deliberated. Your interest should not be to maximize revenue, but instead maximize results of the institutions you have been entrusted to oversee. And that is the essence of what's missing from this entire discussion. Lacking from this plan is the technical analysis that enables us to judge its performance. On the HART board, I see my role as to provide oversight of our transit agency. I pay careful attention to the ridership statistics, the costs per trip, the customer service metrics, and encourage usage of emerging technologies. I fully expect HART staff to perform a technical analysis of ridership and cost when they propose new transit service, and they usually don't disappoint. I easily voted in favor of HART's vetted 10-year transit development plan, and hopefully you've read about it in today's Tampa Bay Business Journal. Unfortunately, I don't understand why this board hasn't insisted on the same performance measures of the transportation plan in front of you tonight. When I questioned county staff about the county transit investment, specifically the $124 million in the first decade being diverted away from safety and congestion relief and maintenance to transit, and the $482 million in the second decade that's being diverted, I asked if they could explain what the projects are exactly and where's the technical justification for these amounts. The only explanation I received, and I wrote this down so I quote, "The MPO and Planning Commission are going to study it." This implies no study, no data, no analysis, no ridership, nothing. I also was told this is in anticipation of our additional transit needs as we move forward. We don't know what's in the transit needs might be. No initial analysis was done. This is an opportunity that might come up if we redefine land uses. Are you willing to tax county residents well over $1 billion on someone's intuition, on their unsubstantiated anticipation?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Please vote no.
Yes, sir.
Mark Calvert, Lutz, Florida. So here we are again, hearing a lot of the same old arguments. So what all has changed? Well, the facts matter and trust is earned. So let's take a little example using the good mayor's example here, what he called some of us who maybe disagree about his rail plans, whether we're lying or not. He says he knows how much a rail from downtown to the airport will cost at around $480 million, but he doesn't know the ridership, he doesn't know the fare recovery, he doesn't know the actual route. Will it stop at the West Shore Mall, at the International Plaza, at the West Shore Business District? What about the congestion due to the at-grade road crossings? What's that going to do? Has there been an environmental study yet? How long will the actual ride take to get from downtown to the airport? Have we acquired the right-of-way? What's the physical connectivity to the airport? Where exactly are going to route the train? How to route the rail around the current roads and immovable infrastructure around the airport? Not to mention, when will they start? Likely a decade away or more. It's hardly shovel-ready. It will require capital funding around 40% from the feds and 30% from the state. No one really knows the operating costs, but in fact, the 2014 AECOM study, which I have right here on my little phone, which you never publicly presented, what we paid for, estimated the cost at over $1 billion and a one-way ride of $20 to $30 cost each way. How is this even feasible? Tell me why we are subsidizing the travel cost of business people and out-of-town travelers at our expense. The only way this comes close to these costs is if they run the rail right down the middle of I-275 median, but the transitarians and urbanists will revolt because we won't get the transit-oriented development. It is run down some surface streets will easily cost over $1 billion and create more congestion. Yet the downtown TIA run will do nothing to relieve the greater congestion across the Tampa Bay area. Hart should run some express buses, and I believe that's in their plan, to see if anyone will really ride that route before tax dollars go to subsidize a wasteful rail project. To be sure, it won't only be the taxpayers at risk, but as the county and the state will be the first to be begged by the city of Tampa to bail it out. Better yet, why don't we use Uber? It costs $10 to $13, about 20 to 25 minutes to travel the 8 miles, and it won't require 1 cent of the taxpayers' money. We don't need our taxpayers' money subsidizing yet another train effort. That money can be used much more wisely to improve traffic flow across the city. It is time for a Plan B. Vote no on Go Hillsborough and get ready to publicly support TBX. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Dahl. I live at 13710 Wilkes Drive in Tampa, 33618. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and thank you for coming tonight. I've lived in Tampa since 1954. When we moved down here, Dale Mabry was a 2-lane road from MacDill Air Force Base out to Lutz, so I've seen a lot of change and a lot of growth. Many issues have come up with that growth. A lot of it's predated those of you on this panel. But if you want a real quick snapshot of lack of planning or poor planning, take an aerial view of the city of Tampa city limits. It stretches from MacDill Air Base out to County Line Road. With that said, the problem that I have is that I can't be convinced that the money isn't there in the budget. I'm not a budget guy, but I've been a taxpayer for a long time. And I just have a hard time being convinced that we don't have the population density and the tax base in this community. And I think you folks are capable of finding that money in the budget. You don't need me to try to do that. As far as rail is concerned, I feel that's an outdated, expensive mode of transportation that's expensive to install, expensive to maintain, and not very flexible at all. That's my opinion, but I'd like to pass on a little bit of an opinion that was actually supposed to be a pro-rail commentary in the April 10th issue of the Tampa Tribune by Mr. Alex Sanchez. He's making a case for rail, but at the end he says some things that are very important. He says, I know ridership in all these systems is not what it should be. It may never be. It may never be profitable either. I think the last thing we need is something else that's an expensive project that does not maintain itself money-wise. And so, and one thing that I really haven't heard a lot of, I think Ms. Calvert brought it up a minute ago, and that is we've heard talk of, I'll put it before the voters, let the voters vote on it. But I think a central question is how many times are we going to be asked to vote on that? It's been brought up numerous times and it's been voted down before. And I don't understand why the residents of Hillsborough County need to be asked repeatedly to pony up more money than any other county. Thank you very much, and thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Mark Turner, Cross Creek Road in New Tampa. My family has been in Hillsborough County since 1840. And when you look at some of the roads in the county, you begin to wonder if they're not quite similar to those that were traveled upon back then. And I speak to the commissioners as a group, not to any individual, but I think the buck stops with you all. And the situation where we're at right now is a consequence of y'all not doing your jobs. You have an obligation to represent us and provide oversight of the monies that are allocated to the county and how they're spent. And were you looking out for our best interest, we would have had roads repaired and routine maintenance provided and monies allocated to that in previous budgets. But historically, there's been little money allocated for the repair and maintenance of county roads. And I think that you have to recognize that someone has to look out for our best interest. And when the county uses money or moves money around in ways that it actually hurts the traveling public, then someone has to stand up and say, that's just not the way it should be done. And this plan that's been put forward, in my view, lacks both substance and foresight. And frankly, when I was working, had any of my staff brought such a plan to me, I would have fired them on the spot. The last thing I'll say is that past performance is usually the best indicator of future performance. And what concerns me is this commission having access to $500 million with no plan to spend it, and without a plan that is flexible enough to take advantage or take into consideration the technology that is moving at the speed of light. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Mike Kruzmarki, and I live at 6535 Steeplechase Drive in Tampa. And I want to thank you for listening to us this evening. You know, generally most public servants like yourself wouldn't call yourself heroes, but tonight I'm going to ask some of you to perform a heroic act by standing up to political pressure. I'm asking you all to do the right thing for the 1.3 million men, women, and children that you all serve. Now, I know that all of you, despite your differences, want to do what you believe is the best for the people who live here. But I'm going to ask some of you to be brave and vote against the sales tax proposal, but not for most of the reasons that you'll hear here tonight. Look, I get it, that there's no doubt that we all need to plan ahead for the county's transit needs. The real problem here is trust. Voters know grandiose government plans always end up costing more than original estimates. Heck, even your own county administrator has said that a true solution would cost a full penny in sales taxes, probably more. And some of you have even played the politics of class warfare with the derisive term Lexus lanes. You've criticized plans to add a managed toll lane on I-75, 275 in Tampa, even though the state would mostly pay for it. Now, it wouldn't be a complete answer, but it would be a good start for bus rapid transit, some carpoolers, and others who are willing to pay for a faster commute during rush hour. But more important than any of this is, why do y'all keep asking for more sales tax hikes to pay for public transit improvements when voters have turned you down time and time again? They said no in Pinellas, no in Polk, and even here at home in Hillsborough County. Yet here we are again, asking voters for something they clearly don't want. And that's just for starters. We've all seen the inevitable bill that comes due in other cities to pay for subsidies, since transit ridership never meets optimistic projections. The question tonight seems to be whether enough commissioners have enough courage to actually listen to the hardworking taxpayers of Hillsborough County. For my half-cent's worth, I think voters have been telling y'all not to waste money on a disjointed, piecemeal, county-by-county approach. What's the rush? Why hurry to add a tax hike this November? Why not take a little more time and consider a regional approach? Why not work with your counterparts in Pinellas, Pasco, and Polk counties to find a regional solution to mass transit that would be more cost efficient? Why not study future trends for corporations, since a growing number are letting more employees work from home? Why not ask if the manufacturers of mass transit vehicle and light rail systems would pay for such a regional study? Why not ask the area's electric utilities to develop and subsidize an all-electric, emission-free mass transit system? Why not ask CSX to do the right thing and donate the rail system they've talked about selling to us? The point is, Go Hillsborough has been too parochial and short-sighted. We need to take a serious look at the big picture, the regional picture, before we ask hardworking taxpayers to pay more money. What's the rush? What difference will an extra year or so make? It's worth a shot and could save a lot of money in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Pam Hill, and I'm a registered voter living in the Brandon-Seffner area, 33510. I've been looking at this paper that I was given. Nobody's mentioned this tonight. But I see a few discrepancies here. I'm a substitute teacher in the Hillsborough School District, and I teach elementary children. A $2 cup of coffee before the 1 cent 30-year tax was $2.12. After the extra, it was $2.12 before that tax. After that penny tax, it became $2.14. With this tax, it'll be $2.15. I don't know where we got $2.01. It must be Common Core. The other discrepancy I see here is everybody's talking about how this tax is going to fix the roads, but you're only going to spend 5.5% of the 100% of the money to fix the roads. But yet it says up here that it's going to fix potholes and repair pavement. There's no way with 5.5% of this income that they're going to fix all our roads. For example, Parsons, north of 60. Full of potholes. They came and they patched them. Within a week, all the patches bounced out. But, oh, guess what? We have a new cricket park in Seffner. Big cricket field. How many of you play cricket? Okay. So I think we're wasting money that could be used to fix these roads. And I think we need to readdress that. The ballot language is currently written is very confusing. It could mislead the voters, as it's flawed, and especially concerning the list of projects it intends to fund, because these don't balance. It doesn't work out mathematically. And someone mentioned that the people need to vote for this that are going to be paying the tax. I hate to tell you, but my elementary students and the middle school students are the ones that are going to pay the bulk of the tax. They can't vote. They cannot vote. They're not old enough. So it isn't the people that are going to be paying the tax that are going to be doing this voting. Tuck that under your cap. So anyone who votes to place this referendum on the November 16th ballot will never get my vote again. Your constituents have told you for years that we don't want any more taxes. And if you won't listen to us, we will support others who will. Because seriously, I'm getting tired of holding my nose when I vote. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Matt Dersheimer, 8656 Manassas Road at 33635. I'm a 28-year-old civil engineer. I'd like to begin by stating that I am employed by the engineering firm that was hired to do the Go Hillsborough study. I did not work on Go Hillsborough, and I come here to give public comment as a citizen with no bias or conflict of interest. I evaluated this plan carrying two mindsets, one as a practicing engineer and the other as a millennial looking for a long-term residence. In light of this, I support a 30-year tax and the first 10 years of projects associated with this ordinance. What we have right now is a plan that addresses immediate needs. We just need to implement it. Going back to the drawing board accomplishes nothing. Actually, it does worse than nothing. It sends a clear message to millennials that Hillsborough County and Florida as a whole is not a center for innovation, that we are not preparing for the future. It is only a place for you to visit for vacation or when you're ready to retire. We need a 30-year tax. It shows a long-term investment in the future of transportation. The ordinance will put much-needed revenue on the books for years 11 through 30. With that revenue stream secured until 2046, the county can go to the state and the federal government and ask for supplemental funding to implement a comprehensive transit plan for our community. The United States is at the beginning of a transportation revolution, one that will quite literally be fueled by advancements in technology. Driverless cars is no longer a futuristic vision. They are on the roads today. We have ride-sharing companies like Uber and Lyft that have turned the taxi industry upside down. No matter what, we will be talking about transportation for the next 20 years, whether or not this ordinance passes. So fundamentally, the question comes down to, are we willing to pay for it? If the answer is yes, then unanimously put a 30-year tax on the ballot. Send the message to your constituents, regardless if they're Democrat or Republican, that together we will come up with a long-term transportation solution for the future. One that seamlessly incorporates roads, rail, ride-sharing, bikes, ferries, and driverless cars. Send a message to the country that we are going places and we want new businesses and entrepreneurs to join us on this journey. But if the answer is no, that we do not want to pay for transportation, then expect all the problems we have today to get worse tomorrow. And watch as young professionals like myself leave this community. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
County Commissioners and fellow citizens, my name is Kathy Brown. I live in Valrico, Florida, 3817 Ravenna Drive. When Benjamin Franklin was coming out of one of the final meetings of writing the Constitution of this country, a woman asked him, "Sir, what have you given us?" He said, "A republic, if you can keep it." A republic is a representative form of government in which we elect representatives to do the job of running our government so that we can go about our business, raising our families and doing our jobs. We are not a democracy. We do not put out every difficult question out to the public so that you can con them into the answer that you want them to find. In 1996, we passed the community investment tax. You conned the people with slick commercials to go along with your plan. 3 years ago, you hired Go Hillsborough without putting out bids and spent $1.35 million of our tax money and wasted 3 years of our time on a problem that we have had to live with all this time. Our roads do need improvement, and rail is not the solution. As Ms. Rambo-Lee had given you the statistics on, it does not solve the problem. Our roads need to be fixed. I've gone to numerous meetings about fixing this intersection of that, and I've asked, well, when can this be done? Well, we don't know because there's no money for it. Excuse me, I've been paying my taxes ever since I moved to this county 42 years ago. Where has the money gone? Then we find that only 3% of our tax money is going for transportation needs, when the average in the state is 12%. Our budget needs to be reallocated to cover these costs. We do not need to give you additional money. The community investment tax showed us that we cannot trust our government to spend our money wisely. Why should we give you more? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Tom Crumreich. I live at 8709 Seahawk Lane here in Tampa, and actually out in the county technically, but I'm here tonight. I'm a member of Sierra Club. I'm not talking for them, I'm talking for myself, but I've been involved quite extensively with transit issues both in Hillsborough and in Pinellas County, because one of the big eye-openers for me was when I took 4 years to decide to not drive a car and instead bus and bike. And it was a real eye-opener. First of all, like many of my generation, I was a real car nut. You know, you take my car away from my cold, dead hands, you know. But I really discovered how relaxing it can be, and how, when you can just relax in the bus and be able to do stuff with your phone or computer or whatever, and then the benefits of biking, but also how incredibly dangerous it is. 2 accidents. I'm lucky I didn't get killed, But the point is that it really woke me up to this whole issue. When I got back to driving again, I was shocked in just the 4 years how much worse the whole traffic situation has gotten. I mean, it's a nightmare out there. So we got to deal with this. If we allow this to continue being a political football, it's going to be kicked around for years and years. This is not a perfect plan. We need to go long term. We need to go 30 years. But the main point right now, regardless of your attitude about the plan, is we need to give the people a choice. The voters are not stupid. They can see through a lot of the stuff. They can see the faults, the pluses and the minuses. So let's get this resolved now and let the voters decide, yay or nay on this. This is much better than the thing they proposed 4 years ago. Now we got the mobility tax. The developers have got to start kicking in. That was great, unanimous. That was a wonderful decision. So it's, and the whole economy is a different place now than it was 4 years ago. So we need a chance to look at this again in a new light, and adjustments can be made, as we go along. But the problem is they're just going to get worse and worse exponentially every year. So let the people decide. We need to vote. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Stacy Snowfiler, and I live in Brandon, Florida. And I'm the proud mother of 8. Well, not mother of 8. I have 8 people in my family, 6 kids. 4 of them are already registered voters. 6 out of 8 of my family members work and pay taxes and use the road systems. We do not use bus. We don't want to use the bus. We do use cabs once in a while, but mostly we're car riders, and I love my car because I can go and get my kids anytime, anywhere that I need to. So that being said, this plan really crowds out any kind of implementing for future technologies. Like, for instance, in China today, unmanned driverless buses travel the streets and provide transit to residents. 3 years ago, most of us never even heard of Uber or Lyft. I didn't. Millions utilize smartphone apps like Waze and GPS to nimbly redirect themselves through streets, especially when they need quicker routes for driving. It shaves minutes off our commute. 10 years ago, who knew that an iPad was? Technology is advancing so fast, it's hard to catch up. Advances in technology are set to revolutionize transportation in the United States here in the next decade. In this country, are we prepared for this? Are we planning our infrastructure for this paradigm shift? Or are we just crowding out our funding sources for the next 10 or 20 or 30 years or so, and we'll be left behind? Hello, this is a vainglory project. Let's be a country that embraces innovation, not one trapped into paying for billions of dollar technology that no one will use. Start with what needs fixing first. Duh, our crumbling roads. Last year, my girlfriend Sharon, who lives in Lutz, almost drowned to death in Lutz because of the waters that flooded the roads and tore them apart. We can easily take care of those now. How about timing our traffic lights so that they're more efficient and we can do our traffic flow faster? Or maybe upgrading the traffic light systems. Hello, that's easy to do. It doesn't cost billions or millions of dollars. In 5 years, there's no telling what opportunities will be available if we aren't tied down to this costly, ineffective projects like rail that can't be moved, folks. Once it's down, it's down. Let's take a look at our transportation opportunities. Our kids and our grandkids, if you can afford to have them by being overtaxed, will be thankful that we took a deliberate approach to finding a viable solution for this community. Don't put this to vote on the taxes. Let's not go deja vu again, please. No tax hike. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sir, my right, go ahead. You.
Thank you. Roy Brood from 4823 River Hills Drive, Tampa.
I was one of the first to predict the outcome of the sheriff's investigation of Go Hillsborough. I wrote that it will say nothing was found amiss. Nothing was found amiss with the hiring of Brinkerhoff Parsons engineering firm by way of Beth Latham, and nothing was found amiss with the subsequent hiring of her to handle communications. I have a question for you all. What happened to the sheriff's investigation? Was it the same as this? Was anything found amiss? That's what I thought. But I'm still disgusted that the commissioners paid $1.2 million of our tax money to them to what? To convince ourselves to support a referendum for what? To tax ourselves for God's sake. That's GAWD. Good question. This is for you all, for the future. Negativity. Good question. Should a tax be defeated simply because of the way it was done? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Rogers. I live on Davis Island, 33606.
Could you please speak?
Yep. Sorry. My name is Christopher Rogers. I live on Davis Island, 33606. I'm an officer with Sykes Enterprises with our global headquarters downtown, and also a member of the board of directors of the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce. I thank you for your time tonight. I thank the commission and the county administrator's office for their work on this. This is not a perfect plan. I have had the benefit of sitting on a council at the Chamber of Commerce that spent last year reviewing the plan, as well as putting forward principles that were then unanimously adopted by the Chamber of Commerce. I do, however, feel that the county has listened, and that we have gotten a lot of updates from the county administrator's office that has brought some clarification to take an imperfect plan and at least bring it in alignment where we can say this needs to go forward, because we have to go forward. My job gives me the benefit of traveling around the world, and I travel and see cities that have made the investments that they need to make, and we need to make this investment moving forward. And yes, I am a City of Tampa resident, but I haven't always been. I moved to the Tampa area 14 years ago and moved to Lutz. And after 2 years, so 12 years ago, I elected to move to downtown Tampa because I couldn't handle the traffic. That was 12 years ago. My father still lives in Lutz, and my weekend trips up to him, I'm amazed at the traffic on the weekend. We are trying to be a progressive city, attracting and keeping the talent that we need to move forward, and we're not going to if we simply stand still. I highly encourage the commissioners, preferably with a supermajority vote, to put the half-cent sales tax to use the language of the chamber that my company also supports, at least 20 years, and to make that personal, preferably 30 years, on the ballot so that enough money can be used in order to make the investments that this community needs to make. And I won't say his name because I don't want to embarrass him, but I have worked with the county before, and the person that said this weekend that he's run out of pixie dust and silver bullets, I believe him. Put it on the ballot. Let the voters decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Don O'Hearn. I live at 4430 Summer Oak Drive, Tampa 33618. I'm a retired civil engineer with transportation experience, 35 years in light rail, heavy rail, bridges, and other major projects. The smallest project I ever worked on was Sunshine Skyway Bridge. I worked 10 years on the Metro in Washington, D.C., where I was in charge of estimating, scheduling, and the financing programming. I heard all the statements made questioning everybody's background and why we don't have all the answers before the questions are raised. They want to know why you haven't done this, haven't done that. And the thing is, they're speaking from their hearts. I'm sure they feel good about it, but the same thing, they aren't thinking with their heads. You have done a great job to get to where we are now. We don't want to delay more. When I was started with the Metro, it was a $3 billion plan. It went over $10 billion, and they're extending it from 97 miles up to about 115 miles now. It has become a safe for the city of Washington and the metropolitan area, and we don't have that density yet. Let's not get to that situation where we have to have heavy rail. Let's come up with our transportation plan which solves the problem now. I'm going to ask you to do, I'm going to tell you something that you probably won't hear from anybody else tonight. Please tax me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Christina Costa. I live at 3301 Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa, Florida. I'm the executive director of NGO Walk Bike Tampa. I'm also a social enterprise small business owner. I'm an activist and an advocate for all active living transportation options. The average expense for someone to own and operate a car is $9,000 a year. Nationally, that represents 30% on average of a house, or rather 25% of a household income. In Tampa Bay, we're at 32 or 33% for transportation costs per household. This really hurts us. I ask you to please approve the referendum and for the full 30 years. It's interesting to me tonight to hear so many people reference our children and our children's children. But the millennials, who, by the way, this week now outnumber the boomers, millennials don't want mobility like we and my parents wanted. They don't want a car. They don't want the burden of the expense. I spent the morning cheering on the zip car implementation downtown. So for people who are talking about protecting our children and our grandchildren, I urge them to consider reviewing the U.S. Public Interest Research Group's 2014 study of what millennials want in the way of mobility, because it's not single occupancy vehicle movement. We've got to create more mobility options. Not children to me, but people that are 20 years old and younger are not getting their driver's licenses at the rate. There's a steady decline. But unfortunately, what is on the increase is our chronic disease. So if we provide more mobility options that are mass transit and move away from thinking that only one person at a time can move around in our city, then we will do justice for our community. Please show the community and the world that Tampa is committed to mobility and approve the referendum for the voters to weigh in for 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Cammie Corbett, 777 North Ashley Drive, Unit 3013. I'm a taxpayer and a resident of Hillsborough County, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. But I'm also a land use lawyer, and I'm going to say something tonight probably many of you never thought I'd say. I'm here tonight to support a community plan. This transportation tax, or the proposed transportation tax and the plan that goes with it is the ultimate community plan. There is more data and analysis that's gone into this plan than any community plan that's ever been put before you. You have always supported community plans. This is a true community plan. And Commissioner Chris, the first time I met with you about community plans, you offered a transformative suggestion about community plans. You said, you know, really what should be done is that we should go out in the community, find out what their needs are, and then find out if they're willing to tax themselves for it. You use the word assessment, but I'll use that same analogy here. This is exactly what you suggested. It started with the leadership of Commissioner Miller and Commissioner Merman on the Economic Prosperity Group, which led to the Policy Leadership Group, and that's how we got here. And yes, the plan has changed and things have evolved over time. That's because your staff's been listening. They've been hearing all of the alternative proposals. Just like in the mobility fees last night, where you had the support from the ABC, NAO, and TBBA to increase fees significantly for the first time in 30 years. Why is that? Because your staff worked hard to make sure that people weren't harmed by it, but everybody understood that everyone was going to have to pay into the system for our economic prosperity. And I urge you to do that, and I think it's imperative that you vote for the 30-year tax. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Steve Bernstein.
I am a resident of South Tampa, 33629. I'm an attorney and also a proud member of the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I want to thank you all for your public service, and I want to thank you for giving this serious issue the time and the attention it deserves. After all, this is our future. It was with an eye on that future that I moved my wife and my kids down here 8 years ago from Atlanta. And I'd say that was the best decision I ever made. We moved down here for a variety of reasons, but I have to tell you that at or near the top of that list was the congestion and the declining infrastructure I saw in the 18 years I resided in Atlanta. And in the 8 years that I've lived in Tampa since then, I'm sorry to say that I've thought sometimes about how we're starting to approach the city I left, about how the congestion has increased and the infrastructure has declined. And I think to myself, we can do better. And I think to myself that the time to do better is now. And perhaps that's why I am so proud to say that I stand side by side with the other members of the Board of Directors for the Chamber who voted unanimously to put a referendum of at least 20 years on the ballot. I can't speak for all of them, but I suspect that they would probably join me in saying that fiddling while the infrastructure of Rome tumbles into the river does not a plan make. And I think they would also join me in saying that like-minded businesses that our community desperately needs if we're going to create jobs and boost our tax base need to be attracted. They don't come here on their own. And those businesses take a look at a lot of things when they make those decisions. But I suspect that a large number of them want to see a community that is serious about solving this issue, rolling up their sleeves, and getting it done. Those businesses have options, just like our children have options. I've heard folks on both sides of this issue invoke their children to support their respective positions. I can only think of my children, and I can only tell you that I think we have a duty to keep the faith with those children, certainly mine. And to keep the faith with those kids, we need to make a decision, stick with it, and start now. And it's a lot easier, I think, for a lot of us to look at our kids and tell them that we're keeping the faith, showing leadership and courage if we give the citizens of our fine community an opportunity to vote on this issue for themselves. I'd hate to have to go back to them in the next few days and tell them we lack that foresight and courage, that in fact we were going to kick the can down the road and drop that in their laps and the laps of their children. It's time for us to have the courage to help start that process and get it going now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Dr. David McCaleb. I'm a resident of St. Petersburg. My son is a commuter to USF Tampa routinely on your streets and highways. I was with the group No Tax or Tax Pinellas, and we proudly helped stop Greenlight Pinellas with 62% of the vote. Every municipality, all 24 of them, in Pinellas County said no, no, no. And I'm asking you, please, don't make the taxpayers go through this again. Don't put a referendum on, for Go Hillsborough on the ballot. It's not an act of courage. It's merely an act of cowardice. You're afraid to make the decision. You've got a lot of cronies, a lot of people twisting your arms because there's a lot of money to be made by these cronies. Be courageous for real and say no referendum. And we don't need more taxes over here. I don't need to come over here when I come over here frequently and have higher sales taxes. And, you know, the people just don't trust the government with this money. They don't trust you folks, I'm sorry, because there's so many false promises. You're not going to decrease congestion. Every study shows that never happens. In fact, every study on all these transit plans and rail plans show massive failures and massive boondoggles. You know, light rail is the constant here. You've got all sorts of things wrapped up around it. You've got smoke and mirrors. But in the end, it's all about the choo-choo train, okay? And you want your train here because then the people can go back to Pinellas and the Chamber and the Tampa Bay Regional, whatever coalition du jour, can say, we need it in Pinellas now because they got it in Hillsborough. We're sick of it. Stop. Give it up. Give up on this progressive utopian pipe dream of planned communities that tell us where we're going to live and light rail choo-choo trains that get us where you want us to go when you want us to get there. Now, if you really cared about commuters around here, you'd spend some time fixing that ridiculous bottleneck between the Howard Franklin and I-275. It's not that hard. You throw a Leroy Selman type expressway over the top of it. Done. Why didn't we see tens of millions of dollars on that instead of like expanding out 275 here? A worthy project, but you guys can do it. But you know what? Folks in your seats don't want to solve congestion. You like the congestion. It lets you say there's a problem to fix, a problem you helped to continue, a problem you helped to create, but you said there's a problem to fix. You want people to be miserable in traffic. I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward if this gets on the ballot, though. I'll tell you what, because me and my friends dug and dug and dug, and we found all sorts of crony corruption. We found government contracts. We found political contributions to the politicians, and I promise you, we're going to dig that dirt and we're going to get it out there. And I helped Mike Deason win an Edward R. Murrow Award when we found out about the abuse of federal contracts, when we found out about how tax dollars are being used to further political campaigns. You want your name attached to that? Because it's coming, I promise you. I'm going to enjoy it. And all you contributors out there, your Sykes, your Baycare, all of you want to spend some money, tell these people to take a hike. They want to use you for political cover and make you spend money on a boondoggle that's going nowhere and blame you when it fails. Heck no to another transit referendum. Be courageous and don't put it on the ballot.
Yes, sir.
Tim Curtis, Tampa, Florida, 33634. My apologies to everyone for my outburst, but I now know what it feels like to be called a liar in public with the pot calling the kettle black. I'd like to take you all back to 1999 and refer you to an article in the newspaper, so it must be true. But it was talking about this very same issue. Back in 1998, we were talking about transportation and transit and all those sorts of things. So my point for bringing that up is that at this point in 2016, there's no excuse for any commissioner subsequent to 1999 to tell us today that we have a transportation problem and oh my gosh, it just snuck up on us. We've heard people talk about kicking the can down the road. Let's not do that. No reasonable person who's wearing this sticker tonight opposes transportation, modernizing our transportation and doing those things that need to be done. Our opposition is a well-founded one. You've heard several times tonight people talking about trust. Folks, we don't trust you, doggone it, we want to. You're our elected leaders. We really, really want to. Do something, please, to help reinvigorate that trust. I'm going to mention what was said earlier about the Tampa Bay Business Journal. There's only 700 people, but that's a sampling from around the county. We conducted a poll at the Tampa 912 project about a month ago. We had every area in this county represented that evening. And there was only one person that didn't vote down Go Hillsborough, and that was because he was conducting the vote. So let's come back to the present. Just last week, there was an article in the newspaper, again, so it must be true, that Tampa was the 4th fastest growing economy. Did you all see that article? Somebody nod. Did you see that article? I didn't think you'd acknowledge it. But anyway, we're the 4th fastest growing economy in the country, folks. 4th fastest in the country. And that's irrespective of this little thing called rail. Now, no one's going to say, except for apparently the mayor, who really is, his whole future is dependent on getting that rail. But no one else is going to say that there's rail in here. There is. Just ask Kevin Thurman. He said these people won't say it, but Kevin Thurman, one of the biggest proponents, said yes. Commissioners, please. We've been lied to. We've been misled about the funding. We want to solve the problem. We really, really do. We want to support you in solving the problem. But what you're offering us right now is just another way to take more money from us. That doesn't solve the problem. A lack of vision and proper planning, prioritizing on the part of the county commission, does not equate to a crisis revenue shortfall on the part of the taxpayers. Please vote no.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have been around this discussion for literally 40
Give me your name. Give me your name and address.
Ray Shermonte, 10105 Parley Drive, West Chase. I have been around this discussion now for over 40 years, since I was a young idealistic planner that started at the Planning Commission in 1972. I've worked in the public and private sector. I've heard about plans all these years. through evolution, but I got to tell you, this is a critical moment in our history, just like critical decisions were made when we built TIA. That wasn't all supported by everybody back then. When we built USF in Tampa, these were hard decisions to make, but we did them, and this is where we're at now. We are one of the fastest growing economies, and our one thing that holds us back is the view of the corporate world and people moving here with jobs on our transportation. Now, after the last referendum failed, I was upset, but I realized this was a great way to gather data and understand. I went through sitting through at least 14 focus groups listening to people, and what they said was, don't do something so big, be more incremental. Don't have people in the unincorporated county paying for things in the city. All kinds of things like that. Trust in government were issues, and I think you all have built upon that. The county staff has built upon those ideas and spent 3 years getting people's opinions. I went to many of those meetings and heard what people said. There is a diversity of opinions. That's why you need to let people vote. You need to let the community weigh in on this. They're the ones sitting in traffic. I can tell you it's much worse than it was 5 years ago. When unemployment goes down, traffic goes up. That's the downside of it, and you've got to address it. And one of the things that was interesting about the focus group is the question was asked, did it bother you that you voted on this? And the answer unanimously, whether you voted for or against the referendum, was no. We want to be involved in the decision. No one said, I was upset that they gave me the chance to make a decision on this, either the proponents or the opponents. So I think we need to let the people, the voters of this community, decide what they want for the future and move forward with that. And if it doesn't pass again, we'll learn, okay, what was the matter with this plan? This plan now is totally different than the plan in 2010. This has projects in the county. It relates to where people live. It relates to what people said that they wanted in a different way. For a planner, is it the perfect plan? No, but it's what this community said they want and are willing to accept. And I think that's the way it should be approached, and give them the chance to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
How you doing? My name is Douglas Teal, T-Y-L. Did you get that right? I live at 15110 Winter Wind Drive in North Tampa. Thank you for your time this afternoon, or this evening, I should say. And I'd just like to start off with a little bit about generational talk. We've heard a lot about millennials. Let me talk a little bit about boomers. I've been paying taxes for near on 56 years now. I spent a lot of money, and I want to talk to you about something that's in short supply today. It's a little thing called common sense. Common sense. Just think about it. I challenge everyone sitting up there tonight to ask your heart of hearts, if we have light rail in Tampa, will my trip be any better on 275 or Dale Mabry? I'm not going to tell you the answer to that because I think you know what that answer is. But you go home tonight and you ask yourself that after you voted today. Thank you for that. Secondly, I'm not a public speaker, so bear with me a little bit, and I'll try to make my points as clearly and succinctly as possible. I'm retired now, having been in business for 45 years. I had to make some very tough decisions. The boss would come into my office and say, you know what, sales are bad, things are not working. We got to cut the budget. You got to make it work with 10% less than you have now. And you know what? I had to do it. You need to find a way to work within the budget. Yes, we need to fix the roads. Yes, we need more buses. Work with the money you have. How much is enough? When will it end? 1996 community investment tax. Fool me. Shame on me. You're not going to fool me again. Work with what you have. Learn to make a tough decision. That's what I'm asking you to do today. A lot of folks may say, why don't you just let people vote for it? Well, here's why. Because if you put it on the ballot, we all know millions upon millions upon millions of dollars will be spent by slick marketeers, consultants, and lawyers who are the only ones that will benefit from the taxes that we pay in the next 30 years. And I say we with air quotes because it won't be me. I won't be here 30 years from now, but my kids will. Don't make them pay that tax for nothing. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Commissioner. Kevin O'Hare, 4931 Copper Canyon Boulevard, Valrico, Florida. And thank you all for letting me come here and speak to y'all. And thanks for letting all the other people behind me and the few more in front of me for letting us come and speak. I have been a resident of this county all of my life. In that life, I have spent almost 2.5 years on transportation policy advocacy. Since I was 15 years old, I have come to your meetings and asked for your solutions and a path forward. The county then worked on a new initiative called Go Hillsborough. I have attended meetings all through my high school years and now college because I care about this issue deeply. I have sat in closed public comment meetings with the policy leadership group for hours on end and attended many numerous Go Hillsborough public outreach meetings across this great county. I've had the privilege and opportunity to come here and give my opinion time and time again. And now that I am 18 years old and able to vote in this first election, I am so excited to turn that voice into action. The citizens of Hillsborough County have yet to bear judgment on this tax, yet we have given continuous input on it. If the naysayers wish to lead us down a road where we continue to not fund our growing community and continue to not face reality, then let them vote no. The families and businesses that want to have growth, to have Hillsborough become the best county in the state to live, to make ourselves proud to live in the neighborhood that we call our home, will vote yes. Regardless of how we feel in this room, give us the vote and give us that opportunity. I encourage this commission. Let the voters cast the final judgment. If we do not go now, then we will never know this plan's fate, and we will set ourselves up for this conversation to continue for generations as it has continued generations previously. And I can guarantee you that I will continue to be involved in this issue and continue to advocate because our community is worth it and it deserves it. This commission has shown its leadership in the past. You have brought us a plan and the people have asked for it. Do not make the assumption in this room that we are a microcosm of this county, for we are far more diverse than that. Give them the opportunity as well. Give us the chance to make a stand. Do not let us go quietly into the dark on this issue. 2016 will be my first election to vote in, and if you put this on the ballot, I will gladly vote in favor for this tax because I believe in a brighter future for our community. Thank you, commissioners, and I believe that all 7 of you will make the right decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Joe Johnson. I live in 12 Oaks in Town and Country. And as I sit here tonight, and it's been kind of a long meeting, I noticed several of you text messaging. Some of you body English says, when is this going to be over? Will these people get out of my hair and leave me alone? I can remember back when Sandy Merman and Mike Merrill came to our subdivision to speak to our ownership about this. And Mr. Merrill and I had a long conversation about trust. Trust. He admitted that it was broken. Tonight, I don't see that it's fixed. So I'll be quick. We've heard people mention the CIT tax. I heard a gentleman tonight, well, I don't see him now, about the 5th one in line over here says, when that comes to an end, it just needs to be renewed. Wait a minute, we're talking about a tax now, and we're talking about renewing the CIT tax where they spent the money in about 11 years. So it comes back to the trust situation. We have some Republicans on the stage tonight. As a conservative Republican, we have a memory. We vote. That's how you got here. We voted you in. So we expect you to be conservative in your vote. I'm against the tax. And just as the doctor said from St. Pete, in defeating the rail in Pinellas County, we went house to house to house to house, and we couldn't find people willing to pay more money and not get the services that they felt they'd already paid for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Denise Verrill, 303 Lena Avenue in Sethner. And thank you for letting me speak again this evening. I spoke last night and encourage you all to vote unanimously, and I encourage you again tonight to vote for the tax. I would happily pay a half-cent tax. I will pay a full-cent tax. I am also encouraging you to have it for the full 30 years. I'm an avid bike rider, and it's very dangerous out on those roads. And I would like to have more bike lanes. My children want more bike lanes. We ride our bikes to school every day. So I would like the connectivity, the choices. I want to evolve and I think this is a plan that will allow for that. And I encourage you to vote yes on the tax, and I appreciate the chance to give input during the Go Hillsborough process. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm Lou Green. I live in Lutz, 33558. Hillsborough County is growing, and so are the tax revenues growing at a rate higher than the half-cent, which will be on the referendum if you elect to put it on there. We're attracting people from all over the country who are fleeing high-tax situations, and as a result of that, putting our sales tax at a level among the highest in the state of Florida is not the thing to do at this time. There's money to fix the roads. They could have been fixed the last year, the year before that, the year before that. The ongoing maintenance has not been taken care of. A 10-year plan or a 20-year plan or a 30-year plan is not what we need. You realize that 9 years ago, there was no iPhone. There was no YouTube, no Facebook, no Twitter. All that stuff is new. No self-driving cars. What's coming our way in the next 5 years or the next 10 years? We don't know. But we do know there will be accelerated innovation, and the people moving down here will be taking advantage of it. Will they be driving to the city every day and sitting in traffic? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they'll be at home in front of a computer screen working with their compatriots that way. We don't know, but we do know that it's coming. So I don't want us to have the highest tax in the state. I want us to be the most attractive county in the state. So I'm going to do something you might think I'm nuts, but it's a two-way street. Because the accelerated tax base is moving up and people are moving in, there's going to be plenty of money to do the projects that are necessary in Hillsborough County. Why not scrap the plan and come back with a plan to lower the tax a half-cent? Take a leadership role, and if you do that and you vote that, I'll give each of you a free sticker to wear tonight, okay? It's on us. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is John Worzbowski. I'm from the SOG area of Tampa. I'm a Tampa native from 33611. And I'm not normally an activist. I just want to put a short word to you. I think most of the people in this room have good jobs, make a good income. And this type of tax, and I'm speaking against the tax basically, I see it as a slippery slope. There's always another half cent, always another cent. I don't think people realize how many people out there a small increase has a big effect on. In my area, most of my neighbors, I see the majority have an EBT card in their pocket. When they need shoes for their children, they go to the thrift store not because it's a neat place to go, but because they have to. Same thing with clothes and other things. And of course, we need to address the transportation needs of the county. I think this is a fantastic county to live, one of the best places in the state and in the nation. But I oppose doing it by way of a new tax. I think that you guys and gals are competent enough, highly skilled, and you can find a way within the budget to spread some more pixie dust and make this work, embracing new technologies, taking advantage of the increase in tax base as our economy does better, and not do it through the tax. Basically, that's what I wanted to speak to, is, just like another gentleman said, when does it ever end, the half cent now, in a few years, another half cent. Also, speaking of technology, 30 years from now, nobody may commute. I was talking to someone who was testing virtual reality technology, and apparently it hasn't been released yet. They said it's just like being there. You may have virtual meetings, virtual offices, and that sort of thing. But for now, I'm just saying, before you proceed to raise the sales tax, and so the people that struggle that I see every day have to pay a little more for everything, please reconsider that and do it another way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Kim DeBosier. I live on Hiawatha Road in Odessa in the far northwest corner of the county. I am a licensed civil engineer, and I manage the Tampa office of Johnson, Murmurin, and Thompson, and we are located in the Channel District of downtown Tampa. I, too, am a proud Board of Directors member of the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce, and I co-chair that chamber's Transportation Council with Christopher Rogers, who has already spoken. So I echo his very eloquent remarks and encourage you to place the referendum on the ballot, preferably for 30 years. But I want to add a couple things. That has been said tonight. There is no perfect plan that everyone in our community will be satisfied with. And likewise, transportation initiatives have long lead times. So we need to start now to try to catch up and create a 21st century transportation system here. So I ask you, if not you, who? And if not now, when? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kevin Thurman, 111 North 12th Street, City of Tampa. It's fitting that I'm one of the last people to stand here and speak to you tonight, because I was one of the first people to do so, to stand up and ask you 3 years ago to start this process. And I want to take you guys back there for just a minute. There was as many people in your commission chambers there as there are here tonight, asking you to start this process. And you took that charge on, and you created this process, yours, the entire time. And what you did, and what we know to know, you know that how I feel about this process. But it's important that we clear a couple things up that people have talked about tonight. Here's something that we've heard from literally everyone to stand up. We need to spend money on transportation. This plan is not haphazard like many people have tried to claim. In fact, some of you have voted for the projects in this plan and the elements of this plan and the data behind this plan 3 different times. As a HART board member, as an MPO board member, and then again unanimously last week as a member of this Board of County Commissioners. This is not haphazard. You guys have sat through hours and hours of meetings to talk about what these projects are and what is included in them. And you know that, and we know that. The other thing that people try trying to claim is that you have $117.5 million in the budget somewhere sitting around. You all know that's not true either. And yes, we have increased revenues, but here's the fact that I want everybody to know in this room. It's all in the county-wide budget. The unincorporated municipal services tax is even. The $33 million we're going to use to build transportation, $12 million of that is coming from downtown Tampa. And that's what we need to know. And so when we talk about trying to do what we're going to do, you've already taken the first 2 steps. You've done mobility fees, and you've said you're going to use that revenue to put on the budget. And for those of you that want to compromise, you've already done that. You went from a cent to a half cent. You started a process where you worked with everybody, the City of Tampa, Temple Terrace, Plant City, and HART. And you said you were going to work with them. And you came to a recommendation 6 months ago that you guys voted on and moved forward. And while you were doing that, each one of you have stood up and made different kinds of things. Each one of you have all said that transportation is an important issue and you're going to take action on it. Each one of you have said that you're going to work to move this forward if people want to do it. Each one of you have said that you want to make a long-term commitment to transportation. And each one of you, and I believe that each one of you have said, some of you have said that you're going to move it forward if the PLG recommends it, which they did. And I believe that each of you are a member of your word. And so I believe that all of you should unanimously pass the 30-year sales tax tonight, because not a single person
has ever stood up here tonight to ask for a 5-year sales tax, a 10-year sales tax, a 15-year sales tax, or a 20-year sales tax, or even a 25-year sales tax. They've all asked for 30.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm Tom Gayton from South County, Covington Park, 33572. Many of us are friends, and it seems like deja vu. I think we've been here once before. In fact, I think I spoke from that podium last time, about 6 years ago. This is not something to laugh about. This is very serious. And what's really serious is the malfeasance within the county government. We had late-night teenage texting spree going on. You all know the efficacy and ethics of government, and each of you has crossed that line knowingly. That's disturbing. We talk about trust in government. Many of you are my friends. I hope we're still friends. And I'm going to talk to you directly as I would talk to any of my friends. Do the right thing. Government does not have a great history of solving problems. But what it does have a long history of doing is causing problems. Very simply, as Ronald Reagan said, the 9 most feared words in the English language are, I'm here from the government, I'm here to help. Here's the reality. 6 years ago, if you all voted for a transportation tax that supported roads singularly, a second tax maybe to support busing singularly, I don't think there's anyone in this room who would have opposed that. It would have been a sensible short-term solution to the problem. 5 years down the line, we could revisit other necessities. But let's put good government in front of bad government. You failed in the initiative 6 years ago because it was a bad idea. Just this week in the newspaper, we saw a great article about a wonderful system, the Metro, that's in decline and decay. And looking in your budget, in your plan, there's no maintenance projections and fees put into that. This is a bad idea, a wrong solution for a real problem. We do have transportation problems, and every one of us agree. But let's focus on a solution. Let's simplify the answer, and let's be truthful and honest to the electorate out here. The county's already spoken on this. If this was a criminal matter, we would call this double jeopardy. But you decided to throw a lot more things at the fire here and hope to get bigger flames. The problem with that solution is it's typical government. You're trying to buy enough constituencies to buy enough votes. Let's keep it simple. It's a solution that works every time. And if we do a 5-year plan, as opposed to a 10 or 20-year plan, then even if it's a mistake, it's a short-term mistake. But if you sign on to a 30-year mistake like the CIT was, you're all culpable. But my children are going to have to pay for it. And I think we all know, I take these things seriously. I've been in every one of your offices. And so do many of these people. And we will not stop.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Christopher Cano, born and raised in Tampa. I've been driving on the roads here for 16 years. In that time, I've went through 7 cars. I started my first job working as a janitor in the SunTrust building downtown for $5 an hour, making minimum wage. And I knew that the one thing I needed to get to work was my car. Now, that I'm an aging millennial, looking to start a family. I'm engaged now, looking to get married. And I look, and my fiance, who's from Orlando, takes the bus to work every day. And now, she can't take the bus to work because her job is all the way in the new outlets out in Wesley Chapel. So what we're looking at is our generation making up for the mistakes for the past few decades. All these folks here, all my fellow citizens who are in opposition tonight to this plan, have valid concerns. For years, we have failed. Our government has failed us to adequately fund transportation. What each and every one of you have to ask yourselves tonight is, well, what's plan B? You know, where do we go back? Do we go back to the drawing board? How do we fix this if it does fail? What is the plan? You know, they talked about there isn't enough adequate funding, that we should have more funding for transit. And the opposition is exactly right. There should be more funding. There were many valid points brought up tonight. But what I can tell you for me and my generation is that I'm looking to move in the next 2 years if we don't see some type of progress made in this county. And I would hate to leave my native home for somewhere else because I love this place with my heart.
My family's been here 3 generations. But for 3 generations, what improvements have we really seen? And so each and every one of you up there on that board tonight have to make a decision. That's the point. A decision has to be made. We can no longer afford to kick this down the road any more generations. I don't want to be here like some of these other people, in 20 years from now saying the same exact thing. I don't. And I don't want my kids up here in 30 years having to say the same exact thing. So each and every one of you tonight, make the right decision and make it. Make the decision. And make sure that we go back and review accountability, and make sure that we go back and review funding. Make sure that there is adequate numbers and that we do have adequate checks and balances, and on the back end that we're spending the money properly. Because it is about accountability. The opposition's main concern is accountability. And I'm just asking for where is it? Because you all are going to be held accountable in the next election for that. And there isn't a Republican or Democratic way to fix a pothole or build a road. The most important thing is that we've come up with a solution that benefits Hillsborough County. Make the decision tonight. Make the right decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is David Luce.
So you want to get close to the mic and pull it up a little bit?
David Luce, 800 South Dakota, 33606. Wasn't really planning on speaking tonight. Just going to shoot from the hip some things that I've noticed and some stories I do want to share. And I'll make them quick. I am a Tampa native, lived in Temple Terrace, University area, New Tampa, South Tampa, West Chase area. So I have dealt with the transportation problem my whole entire life. I am also on the Emerge leadership team out of the Chamber, the UT Board of Counselors, REIC, Crew Tampa Bay, and Young Republicans. And, sorry, like I said, shooting from the hip. The fact that it goes to saying, don't tax my children for this, they don't have the opportunity to vote. Well, I wish that this would have been done 30 years ago. This is something I have to deal with now, and I don't want my kids to deal with it. And if you've looked from Brandon, Brian Willis, Mike, and the last gentleman, our generation, we're the next generation. Our city's on the move. We are growing. We want to grow. We want to compete with Austin, Charlotte, San Diego, Denver. And the only way to do that is getting transportation. And a quick story, I was recently invited with the EDC to have dinner with a potential company that was going to move their headquarters from Denver to here. The CEO lived in Miami, and it was between us and Orlando. And after weeks of thinking it over, and we had dinner, after weeks of thinking it over, the CEO came back to us and he goes, you know what? There's a train from Miami, Fort Lauderdale that takes me to Orlando, so if I need to go to my office, I can. We missed out on a small company. And I am a legacy of a small company, and if we continue to lose these small businesses, we're not going to have a foundation of the city to build on. So in moving forward, I think that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Danielle Joyce, 410 Bahama Grand Boulevard in Apollo Beach. And I first want to thank you for welcoming me last night and again tonight. And I'm very satisfied by your decisions last night, and I trust that you will do the same tonight. By trade, I'm a traffic engineer and a professional transportation planner. And since moving from one of the most condensed states in the nation, New Jersey, only 3 years ago, I've had the opportunity to become the Executive Board Secretary of Tampa Bay Institute of Transportation Engineers, a member of American Planning Association, a member of the Young Professionals in Transportation, a committee member of the CAC Downtown Community Redevelopment Agency, and a member of the Hillsborough County Community Traffic Safety Team. Through my networking over the past 3 years, I have thoroughly learned about the transportation hurdles and the preferences of different generations, demographics, and locations. I came with an unbiased view to Florida. As I came from a condensed but efficient state, a state that, like many others, collects income tax. Florida does not. A 0.5% tax increase is so minor. A minor applaud to the professionals, the politicians, the community members who worked so hard on the Go Hillsborough plan. This plan reflects the demands of our people. So I urge you, please don't take this decision from the people. Put it on the ballot so that the people can decide. After all, that's what makes our state, our country, our democracy so desirable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. A number of you know me. I've met with a number of you in your offices. My name is Jim Warshuk. I'm a retired Air Force colonel. Lived in Tampa Bay for the second time since 2004 when I retired in 2008. I want to talk a little bit about light rail, and I don't want to talk about the tax aspect of it. As we've heard about all night, there's been a lot of great information put out. What I want to talk about is real life and my experience with light rail, both in the U.S. and around the world, in a number of cities where I've been stationed and where I've served. Most of it was in D.C. when I had the opportunity to get assigned there 5 times. 4 times while I was there, I had to use the metro system in D.C. There is a hidden cost, if you will, or an untalk about cost when you talk about funding light rail, metro systems, whatever you want to call them. We all hear about raising taxes to be able to build that system and put it forward, but we don't talk about the individual costs that people incur as riders and users on a daily basis. That's huge. And most people, when they hear half a cent, which will part of it will go towards rail, they think it's a good idea. It'll give me another way to get around. But they don't listen to the cost. In Washington D.C., there are subsidized costs to it from Virginia, Maryland, and D.C. itself. When I left D.C., the costs were about $400 million a year from each of those communities, from each of the states and/or the counties around there. The costs were astronomical to ride. You had to pay $5.25 to park your car at a metro station every day. Then you had to pay over $5 each way from D.C. and back in the end of the day or whenever you travel there. I incurred about $16 in costs a day. For an average work week, that's $80, and out of the year, that's close to $4,000. Nobody has mentioned what the local constituents in the communities around Tampa will have to incur when they get their light rail system, if that's what the plan is. How much are you going to charge them to park your car every day? How much are you going to charge them ridership to and from their location? There's a lot of costs involved, and the rails don't pay for it themselves. It's going to require subsidies plus ridership fees, and that has not been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ethan Tassinari. I live in New Tampa, 33647. I want to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to express my opinion. This is really the beauty of democracy in the United States. Now, whenever I go to Pasco, I'm always impressed. Whenever I cross County Line Road, something's different. The roads are new. The schools are new. They just built a brand new university. The buses are new. The schools are nice. Some of them even have iPads. But in Hillsborough, we don't have that luxury. We wait till the problem is here and wait to solve it. And that's why I urge you to give voters the choice. This is not an elitist decision. This is not the decision for a few county members on a board. This is a decision that needs to be made by the voters, not by just the people in this room. Now, contrary to what has been claimed numerous times, there is real support for the Go Hillsborough tax. The Tampa Tribune pointed this out just a couple weeks ago in a poll conducted by a local polling agency saying that 56% of people polled did in fact support the tax. So the idea that if you vote for this and give voters a choice that you're not going to win re-election next time is just not based in reality. Now, we simply don't have the money for infrastructure. The idea that there are sacks of money laying around to pay for this and we're simply not smart enough to get to them is just absurd. We need money to expand our roads. For safety. Our clogged roadways are preventing our fire and our police from getting where they need to be to save lives. Our clogged roadways are preventing people from getting work. They're hindering our productivity and our growth in GDP. They're hindering our county. And that's why we need to give voters this choice. Now, what speakers seem have to forgotten about what we're talking about today is we're talking about whether to give voters the choice. And while everyone has the right to speak out against the Go Hillsborough tax, no one has the right to tell people they can't voice their opinion on a ballot in the United States of America. We need to give voters the right to have a say. The voters who couldn't afford to drive here and talk to you today. The voters who don't have the time and are too busy working to come talk to you today. We need to give voters that right in November. Now, it's ironic that the same party and type of people that argue for freedom and low taxes are the ones who are saying that we shouldn't give the freedom to vote to people in November. Give people that freedom. There is no reason whatsoever not to give people their basic American right, and that is a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Karen Mahalski, 7903 West Whitewater Court, Tampa, just down the road, 33637. I encourage you to allow us to vote for this tax in November, just like the previous gentleman said. I think that we should have this tax. Previous members who have been, or previous citizens who have been voting against this, they don't trust you. That's a different issue altogether. It's not about trusting you or giving you this money. They can go to many other meetings. They can hold you accountable. They cannot vote you. But the reason why we're in here, like the previous gentleman just said, is because we haven't dealt with this. We want to have rail. We want to be able to go. When the boomers become older, wouldn't you like to fly and go someplace instead of be stuck in your home because you can't drive? What happens when we decide not to allow you to have driver's license because we don't want you on the road because you're causing too much, and we start holding things accountable? We're going to be the future. We're going to be making these changes. What happens if you're 80 years old and you're stuck in your home? How are you going to get there? But if you have great bus systems, if you have light rail, you can take a bus, go to the rail, hop on the plane, go see your grandkids, hop on another bus, get to their house, and you're never driving a car. You're not in jeopardy. You are independent. Isn't that a great future for all of us? So again, I encourage you so that we have this opportunities, we have this money available so that you can make the best decisions for future growth. Not now, not tomorrow. We need it in 10 years, we need it in 20 years, so we can bring the businesses to here so that young people, young professionals, they want to spend all their money. They want to go and party, but they can't get a DUI because they're going to lose their job. They want to go. If you live on Hill, I used to live in Seminole Heights. I regret moving over here in just down the road. Why? I could hop on the one bus, go downtown, go party downtown. I could go to Ybor if I wanted to go to Ybor. I could go to Hyde Park. I would never plan out my bus track, go all hours. The one bus goes down Florida every single hour, and I could make it back home. I lived 5 blocks off of Florida. I was safe. Myself being a single, of course I went with somebody else, but I felt safe. You could go, have your schedule, go to a bartender, say, hey, I need to catch my bus at this time, cut me off, get me on my bus. Great. I never was a problem to anybody. Of course, that's a little personal information, but these are the opportunities. These are the opportunities that young people want. When you are bringing companies in, you want to offer that opportunity. You want to say, hey, you can take a rail, you can go here, you can, go to the concert at USF, you can make it down here, and you're never touching a car. Of course, yeah, Uber, but Uber's not getting safe, and you're trusting somebody else who's supposed to be responsible. Why not trust a professional? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Tim Schock. I live in Tampa at 33609. I'm a candidate for Hillsborough County Commission District 6. I am president of Lightning Capital Consulting, and I've spent my career developing transportation and technology solutions to improve quality of life. I mentioned last night at the mobility fee meeting and asked you to consider whether or not this plan was transformational, whether or not this plan accounted for the technology revolution that's coming to transportation, and whether or not this plan does something truly special. This plan doesn't do any of those things. This plan is not transformational. This plan will not make Hillsborough County more competitive than other counties and other communities. Let's be clear about what we're talking about here. What we're really talking about is not transportation issues, it's not economic development issues, not really. It's about quality of life issues. It's about moving people efficiently and effectively around the county. let's be frank. You have a trust issue. From the procurement process to the basic trust in government to manage 30 years worth of revenue, you have a trust problem. And moving forward, and in order to move forward, you have to address that trust issue. I've heard folks both support and oppose this initiative tonight. You've heard me, as part of my campaign, oppose this initiative. I want to propose an alternative. I propose reducing the plan to a 5-year tax with renewal options that make this body and future bodies of this commission accountable directly to the voters. Take the first 5 years of revenue. Start working on the roads and fixing the roads that have been neglected in recent budgets. Start addressing basic transit solutions that actually move people, and start laying the foundation for the future technology revolution that's coming. And finally, start developing the trust that will be needed to make this a truly transformative and revolutionary transportation system that will be a model for other communities in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Annalise Meyer, 2307 South Bristol Avenue, South Tampa. I want to thank all of you for your courage in bringing this matter to us. I want to thank county staff. I know there's been many, many hours put to this, and I just want to remind everybody that this is going to cost you less than 20 cents a day. 20 cents a day. You spend a lot more than that sitting in traffic. Forgo your Starbucks cup of coffee, and you have your 20 cents a day for over 2 weeks. Maybe more, depending on if you're getting a venti or whatever they are. 20 cents a day for our quality of life. Pick up a quarter off of the ground. Our economy does need this. I've heard so much misinformation today, and I don't have all the answers either. I still ask everybody questions. It's not just about rail. It's not just about a ferry. It's just not about potholes. It's about Hillsborough County growing. It's about your children's future. I have no children. It's about your grandchildren. It's about me being able to retire well here. I don't want to drive the rest of my life. I love driving. I've probably driven more than any of you here. I had a sales job that took me all over Florida and Georgia. I love to drive. I can get around Miami in no time at all. I thought Miami was bad. I got back here, we're worse. 20 cents a day. You can afford this. It will make your life so much better. Everything you've asked for tonight, the traffic signals, it will all be addressed. Please have the courage to vote for a 30-year plan to put on the ballot in November. Let us decide this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Barb Hazelden, and I'm from Pinellas County. I led the No Tax for Tax Pinellas. And I just want to say, first of all, that the voters of Hillsborough County have had a chance to vote on this. And they voted it down in 2010. And the next day, I received a phone call from a friend of mine in Hillsborough and said, I just read that there's going to be a rail meeting, a transportation task force meeting over in Pinellas next month. And I almost hung up the phone. And I said, I really don't want to hear that information, but I felt compelled to attend that meeting. And there were 25 hand-selected Chamber of Commerce members, corporation executives who were hand-selected by a county commissioner in Pinellas County to attend this transportation task force meeting, where they had sessions, they had set up pods where they sat around, and there was like 4 or 5 in a group. And we were able to walk around and listen to them discussing their talking points. And I heard a vice president of a very major corporation over in Pinellas County who said, you know what the problem is? It's just too easy to get around in Pinellas County. And we don't have the traffic problem that you have over here in Hillsborough. So the cartel, if you will, that wanted to see a rail project started in Pinellas County, they were going to have to campaign on something besides traffic. And so the mantra became that if we didn't pass this sales tax in Pinellas County, they were going to have to cut bus service by 30%. That's all they talked about, is it was going to be draconian cuts in the bus service. Millions of tax dollars were spent, and millions were raised to fight no tax for tracks. I spent 4 years going to PSTA meetings, going to county commission meetings, because when I heard that deception at that very first meeting, I committed myself to attending this and seeing this all the way to the end. To this day, we won. We raised $93,000, and we had $3,000 left after it was over. We beat millions of dollars. We beat the Chamber of Commerce's. We beat all the beach hotel owners, all of the corporations that wanted it, because they wanted the business off the light rail. And by 62 to 38%, we won. I just want to say real quick on my way, and by the way, they never cut the bus service by 30%. Miraculously, they too found the money to keep the buses going. Tonight, when I came over in the traffic during the rush hour, which is all around the world, there's rush hour, it made me think of being in Denver last year when on I-70,
Thank you, ma'am.
the train runs parallel.
Ma'am,
it was
thank
empty.
you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, good evening, Commissioners. I'm John Dix. I come to you from Plant City, where I was mayor for a number of years. I'm now a candidate for the Hillsborough County Commission because I want to spend lots of time with you at long meetings like this. It's been a long meeting. I know you're ready to be done with it. I will not be redundant, but let me point out just 2 issues. A lot of people like this because there's rail in it. A lot of people don't like it because there's rail in it. One thing that no one has argued about this evening is the safety measures that is in this provision. In the first 10 years, you have planned wisely to have over $100 million being spent on safety issues. None of us could deny our families and our children to fix some of those issues. That has to be attended to. The decision you make tonight is real simple. You're making a decision to put it on the ballot. If you put it on the ballot, it may or may not pass. If you don't put it on the ballot, it surely will pass. So the question really is, if you start over 3 years from now, will we be any better off then than we are now? The only possibility of that is to put it on the ballot. The final comment addresses a personal concern. It was a wonderful comment this evening from a couple of the speakers who said, this is an unfair tax to be putting on the shoulders and the burden of our children or our grandchildren who have to be paying for it for the next 30 years. I thought about a lot about that this evening because I've got 2 kids. One lives here, the other's in the military, and I hope he comes back home. The one who's here blessed us with a granddaughter 9 months ago. As I'm thinking about putting that burden of a tax on her for 30 years, really what turned to me more than that is just not what she would be thinking 22 years when she comes home from school and making a decision to return to Hillsborough County. Or if I had a 4-year-old daughter that I desperately would like to have come back to Hillsborough County, the question is, how would I answer them when they looked me in the eye and they said, what did you do, grandfather? Or what did you do, Dad, to make this a better place? To make this a place that we can get around, that the roads are safe, that there's transit, and there's ability to move around. I encourage you, like so many have, put this on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to address this board? Is there anyone else wishing to address this board? Seeing none, the public comment section is closed. Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I want to first of all thank everyone for attending tonight and engaging in this critically important community decision. It really is a testament to all of you that you've taken time away from your families to help plan the future of this community. This board has discussed this issue for nearly 3 years now, and I know the hour is getting late. However, as the old-timer of this board, it feels incumbent on me to articulate how and why I am voting the way that I am. When I was first elected in 2002, I was told that we had a $1 billion unfunded transportation need. Over the next few years, our congestion and roads grew worse, and our unfunded need grew to nearly $4 billion. Despite a $500 million transportation short-term program that the BOCC approved, our transportation deficit grew worse, and our economy got worse. However, over the last couple of years, I'm very proud that Hillsborough County has led the state out of this recession. Yet, our transportation deficit continues to grow, and depending on what list you find credible, our unfunded transportation need is upwards of $10 billion. And despite what some have suggested, there is absolutely no way, no how, of ever funding that deficit with current revenues and mobility fees. It is impossible, and to suggest otherwise is simply intellectually dishonest. Let's not forget the 500,000 people that are expected to move to Hillsborough County over the next 20 to 25 years. This crisis is only going to be exacerbated unless we meaningfully attack this problem now. Over the last 3 years, the community outreach on this issue has been unprecedented. 100 community meetings, teletown halls, focus groups, social media, and thousands of public comments have been received. And what we've learned is that our residents rank transportation as our most urgent crisis. Now, notwithstanding my commitment and our community's understanding of our transportation crisis, I admit we place this on the ballot. I don't know if the public will approve the referendum tonight. In fact, I think tonight was an excellent indication. By my numbers, we had 32 folks spoke in favor of the referendum, 30 opposed, and 2, honestly, I wasn't sure where they came down. But it's very close, is my point. Tax increases on any topic, even during times of economic prosperity, are extremely challenging. However, leaders do not advocate responsibility because of fear of the short-term consequences or political expediency. Leaders fight for what is needed, even during difficult times and when some engage in intimidation and with the politics of personal destruction. Personally, I've always felt very strongly that when government wants to spend billions of our tax dollars, that our residents should have the opportunity to weigh in and vote on the issue. For me, the message has been loud and clear, and so the decision is easy. The people of Hillsborough County recognize that we are in a crisis, and they want to participate in finding a solution. Look at the people here tonight. They want their say, they want to vote, and I intend to vote to let them. This board, as some have indicated, this board will not be the final arbiter of this initiative, and it will also not be the same handful of people who blog disparaging views every time there's an article written. The final arbiter of this issue will be the voters at the ballot box. As in 2010, I'm reminded of another quote that my favorite president, Ronald Reagan, once stated: "Trust the people. That is a crucial lesson of history." Ronald Reagan was right then, he's right now, and a decision of this magnitude is up to our citizens to make. I'm a firm believer in the individual liberties and constitutional rights of our citizens, and so I will support allowing them to make the right decision. Now, all that being said, unlike in 2010, I find myself in the position of having to address the recommended sales tax duration, because unless I've completely misread this board, that's the only issue that remains unsolved. In 2010, that wasn't even a question, because Mayor Iorio and others felt very strongly that if the light rail plan that was included was going to be successful, then we should not sunset the tax. As we all know, this effort has been different. This board has been engaged in this issue for 3 years. The outreach has been unprecedented. As a result, the policy leadership group recommended a half-cent sales tax referendum for 30 years. Staff recommendation is also for 30 years. We heard from Mayor Bob Buckhorn this evening, strongly supports 30-year plan. The last few days, we've heard from the business community. The EDC, Economic Development Corporation, strongly supports a half-cent sales tax for 30 years. The Tampa Chamber and NAIOP, we heard from this evening, both support at least a 20-year duration, with the Chamber stating they would prefer 30 years. Downtown Tampa Partnership supports 30-year horizon. But I don't know about other commissioners, but I keep hearing talk of whispers of 20, 10, or even a 5-year plan. And after working on this issue for 3 years, I'm blown away that that would even be considered. I want to briefly, and I stress briefly, mention a few reasons why a 30-year duration is needed. One I touched on last night. Really, we need to ask ourselves, what should be the goal of a mobility fee and a sales tax? Just tax rates or severe unfunded need. Much of the criticism that we hear is either not enough transit funding on one side or no rail, fixed road, or for roads first on the other side. Regardless of where one stands on mobility options and how they should be prioritized, I would think that everyone agrees that we need to maximize revenue if we seriously want to address our needs. And I can also tell you what the goal should not be, and that's to water down a plan in order to find political cover in hopes of reaching solidarity with the board. Because I'll tell you, under no circumstance will I support a 10-year duration. We all know the facts, again, $8 to $10 billion unfunded need, 500,000 people moving here in the next 20 years. Traffic congestion is horrible. By one study, we're the 11th worst in the United States. And by the way, we're among the highest number of bicycle and pedestrian injuries in the country. Now, we unanimously approved, the board last week, a 10-year project list totaling $906 million in projects. To illustrate how short-sighted a 10-year duration is, Hillsborough County received $649 million during the first 10 years, so we're already $250 million short. We cannot even fund our first 10 years' needs, much less all of our long-term road, intersection, and traffic signal needs. Another issue to point out last night is that there is a direct relationship between mobility fees and sales tax credits, and that's why we've been going along a parallel path as far as approving both. And that is because we cannot legally double dip for transportation impacts. And that is why when you look at the various charts on the revenue that's produced, the mobility fee is much higher the shorter the duration, the sales tax duration. Some may say, so what? However, if the fee is too exorbitant, it will hurt small businesses and place our county in a competitive disadvantage. Now, Commissioner Merman and other commissioners have repeatedly expressed concerns about not wanting to burden daycare centers, nonprofits, and small businesses with mobility fees that are too excessive. However, the shorter the duration, particularly with a 10-year horizon, we're doing just that. We'd be sticking it to the very businesses that we're trying to avoid penalizing, some dramatically so. Another issue is that a 10-year duration places a future Board of County Commissioners in a bad position because the CIT and transportation tax will be coming due at the same time. Now, I imagine some may feel that's a good idea, that we could just replace one for the other. But here's the problem. If you speak with Sheriff G, he needs a new jail. That's $200 to $300 million. Don't forget the Chief Judge. He needs a new courthouse. That's $200 to $300 million. We have additional stormwater basin needs that are not covered by our stormwater fee. That's an additional $300 million. We have $60 million in fire station needs. Total over $1 billion in projects that we know right now that will need to be funded out of a CIT extension. And another thing, CIT cannot be used for operating expenses. So again, if the plan is to have a 10-year sales tax horizon and then let the CIT take over, you're effectively killing the possibility of any premium transit in our community. Now let's talk about the feds. To even get in the door and submit an application for federal dollars, you must show a commitment of a 20-year cash flows. However, in order to be competitive, you need to show 30 years, whether that's BRT, streetcar, light rail, or any other project. You must show the operational commitment for the duration of the asset. So a 30-year duration is needed if we want to truly leverage our dollars effectively. You can do it with 20, admittedly so, but would be far less competitive with other cities and would need to show another funding source for the remaining lifetime of the asset, which we do not have. The effect of a 10-year duration on real projects is devastating. And Mike, in a minute I'm going to ask you to correct me if I'm wrong. Branded to downtown BRT, South County to downtown BRT, CSX project downtown to USF are all off the table with a 10-year duration. That's because HART cannot operate the new BRT lines without the second 10 years. It's going to take 2 to 3 years for the CSX study to be complete. After that, you think we can apply for federal dollars with our funding source expiring in 7 years? No, we would have to wait for the 7 years and then apply. But even then, we have next to zero chance of getting any federal funding because the duration would be so short. Mike, am I accurate on that?
Yes, Commissioner. We spent some good deal of time talking with HART's consultant who wrote a lot of the federal legislation that deals with grants. We talked to our own consultants, and it's very clear under the Fed's own guidelines that anything less than 20 years doesn't even get us in the room to apply. And in fact, what happens is if you don't come up with funding to operate it, you have to pay back the grants.
Okay. The bottom line is that a 10-year sales tax duration eliminates the possibility of expanding or creating multimodal transit options in our community. You can compete for Fed dollars with a 20-year duration, but will be far less competitive because you're not guaranteeing the overall operational commitment. However, a 10-year duration would make it impossible to get FTA funding. And one last point, not one person this evening asked us to reduce the duration from 30 years to 20 or 10. Not one. One did ask us to reduce it to 5 years. And that's because the reality is if you oppose this plan, the duration is irrelevant. I honestly do not know the will of this board, but I can tell you what I do know. We do not need a symbolic or watered-down transportation plan. We need to meaningfully attack this issue, and to do so, a 30-year duration is needed. Do not know the pleasure of the board, but I'm prepared to place a motion on the floor. The one question I have, and I don't know if this is for our chairman or legal, do we need to adopt the ordinance? Do we need to talk about the duration? What's procedurally, what's the step?
Commissioner, Mr. Fletcher, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, we will need to get the ordinance before the body, so a motion.
Excuse me, Chip, talk to the mic.
Okay, let me try again. We will need to get the ordinance before the body for a vote. We will also need to fill in the blank in the ordinance for the duration. So a motion to adopt the ordinance with a specific duration I think would be appropriate, or we could do it in 2 steps with a motion to adopt the ordinance and a second motion on duration. Either of those would be appropriate.
So you're saying in the one motion we can just have the duration and the percentage-wise?
Yes.
Okay, my motion is for the ordinance that's been recommended by staff with a 30-year duration.
I'll pass the gavel to the vice chair, second the motion. Mr. White's next. Oh, yeah, I have to release the gavel because I second the motion, so you're now chairing the meeting.
Okay. The floor is open for discussion and debate.
Commissioner White's next.
Commissioner White.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm a single-member district commissioner. I represent District 4 and I'm tasked with being the voice of District 4. And I'm unapologetic for that. The person that pointed out that we don't live in a democracy, but rather a representative republic is absolutely right. The people of District 4 do not have an appetite for a tax hike, and they've sent a like-minded conservative to office to represent them. And I happen to believe that that strong lack of interest in a tax hike expands beyond the borders of District 4. There are those throughout the county, some in my district, that want the tax. And my pledge to you is that I want to solve our gridlock problem. We all do. But the question is, how do we do that? Counties of our size are more sophisticated than ever. And I'm doubtful that all possible funding mechanisms have been explored. I don't believe that the Go Hillsborough process was comprehensive enough with respect to solutions offered to this board. So again, my pledge to everyone is that I'm eager to consider other funding mechanisms, perhaps some that haven't even yet been explored. And I will turn over every stone in search of solutions. But at this point in time, I believe that we need to go back to the drawing board, and therefore I will not be supporting the ask for a tax hike this evening. And I also want to state, like I have so many times before, that we have to look beyond viewing this in a vacuum as a funding problem. We have a sprawl problem. We have a planning and growth management problem. We need a monumental overhaul of our land use processes, and we need to explore conservative options to land use, such as a robust transfer of development rights program. And one final thought, and I know we have a few millennials in the room today because a few of you have come up and spoken, but we need to stop talking about mass transit in terms of catering to millennials. I've read analyses from reputable authors that point out that millennials are very likely to move to suburban and rural areas as they marry and have children, just like generations before them did. And when that time comes, in the not-so-distant future, they're going to need road capacity, and they're going to need smart growth. Thank you.
Commissioner Beckner.
Well, thank you very much. I don't represent a single-member district. I represent constituents countywide. And despite your political party affiliation, where you live out in the county, whether you voted for me or not when I came into office in 2008, I represent you and always will represent you, and you will always have my ear. And so, Mr. Chairman, I know that we had come to this point where we believed that, with the exception of duration, that we were kind of finished with the ordinance part of it, but I continued to do outreach. I continued to think through the ordinance, and there are just a couple of minor things I would like to have board discussion about that I think would further enhance the ordinance itself, address some of the concerns of accountability and planning, and I'm sorry? Oh, sorry. And so I'd like to pass out, I spent, after putting this together, I've spent the part of the day with legal to look at sufficiency to make sure that we can discuss this here today, and Mr. Hamilton will be able to address that if necessary. But Mr. Chairman, I'd like to spend just a few moments to present a couple of concepts with you and pass you out a red line version of some of my ideas inside the ordinance, and then have a discussion about those ideas to see if this is something that the board also feels may be pertinent. So I'm going to take a moment and pass those out, and I'll guide you through.
Just a moment, Commissioner Becker. Let me see if there's any objections. Is there any objections? Are there any objections? Are there any objections of the board? Seeing no objections. Oh, give an objection in the end?
I have a question. You're submitting another proposal. Because if this laid out, I'm not interested in considering changing what we've already been working on.
No, sir, it's not another whole proposal. There are a couple of ideas that I think would enhance the accountability aspect for what we're doing and would also enhance and address, I think, some of the concerns that some of our citizens have had. And so we're not talking about a major overhaul of this ordinance.
Commissioner Higginbotham, are you okay with him doing a? Okay, without objection, move forward.
Thank you. I'll give you a moment so you can get the it in your hand. The changes, board members, that we'll be talking about, and for members of the press and others, there'll be some extra copies down there, and we'll have some available as well. And I'm going to do the best that I can to capture this expeditiously also for the purpose of the record. The changes I'm going to be talking about occur on pages 5 through 8 of the ordinance. The first, we recently approved the concept of an integrated transportation systems plan. And I take very seriously the element. We talked about making sure that we have an integrated plan to justify how we're allocating our resources. This board took a step to put that as part of the funded project list that we're going to do, but I also feel that it's important as well that we add a little bit of substance to that and put this as part of the ordinance. So what I am suggesting on page 5, and for the purposes of the public, I will read this, that the county, municipalities, and HART shall develop a comprehensive transportation systems plan prior to December 31st of 2021 to identify the optimal combination of roadway and transit projects that should be developed and funded beyond the 10th year of the transportation surtax. Pause for a moment. We have a 10-year plan that has been approved, or that we voted on as a board. So beyond that question, if we're going to go forward with that, there needs to be a more comprehensive plan to address the uses of those resources. This transportation plan should develop specific mobility, environmental, economic, and social metrics which shall be used to evaluate alternative transportation options. The projects comprising the transportation system plan must be approved by a majority of the governing body of each jurisdiction in which such project will be constructed. And that would be item F for that section. Item G would say that no surtax proceeds may be expended on any project after year 10 except those that are included in the transportation system plan. What does that mean? That means we create more accountability for our tax dollars. That means that we have already decided on a list of 10-year projects. Going beyond that, there is more uncertainty of how those dollars would be used if we are going into a 30, 20-year or a plan beyond 10 years. So this would make sure that as a community, we have a plan that's in place that we can go out and we can show the public this is the accountability and this is how we're going to suggest your allocations should be used. And so with that, I'll pause and see if there's any questions or comments on these two suggestions. Seeing none, if I go to, I'm sorry, didn't look to my left.
One, because of fairness to the public, but two, I'm not as smart as most people in the room, but it's going to take me some time to read through this before I can make a decision. But I thought it was like 1 or 2 lines, and there's quite a bit here.
The second part actually...
Mr. Hagan has a comment or
sorry,
question.
I can't see.
No, I just had one question for our county attorney. And I, too, am seeing this for the first time, but are the changes that Commissioner Beckner is recommending, are they within the scope of the public notice? Can we legally include or consider the consider the suggestions that he's making?
Yes, we reviewed this late in the day today. My main comment would be it's essentially changing the planning and the citizen oversight process, which were identified in the notice, so it's within the scope of the notice. My only other comment would be if the board were to choose to proceed with these, we would ask for permission to conform the language used in this language to the defined terms within the ordinance. So while I believe what's written here is understandable and the board would understand what you're voting on and is available for approval, Staff Attorney Sam Hamilton has been working on this, has identified some conforming changes we would need to make it fit with the rest of the ordinance.
Well, clearly the oversight process is critical.
Speaking to the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said clearly the oversight process is critical, and if Commissioner Beckner has suggestions that's going to improve that, I'm certainly amenable to considering it, and if our county attorney is comfortable with us making the changes tonight, then I don't have a problem.
Other discussion? Commissioner Miller?
Like everyone else, I have not had a chance to see this, and I trust and believe in our county attorney, specifically under the Part F under Section 4. That I think this is what you just got to describe, if I'm correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Have you gotten to Section 6? I think it's 6.
No,
C?
sir. No, sir, we have not gotten there yet.
Well, are you going to get to that one? Because I got concerns with this. I'd like to hear your explanation of it. I got some concerns with receiving this at the last hour, but I do understand sunshine keeps us in the dark, and you can't share this with us. But my other question, this other part of this, under Section C, has the county attorney seen this part also?
Again, we saw this late in the day, just before traveling out here, and again, I think it's within the scope of the notice because it is, again, dealing with citizen oversight. This is a different form of a citizen oversight committee, replacing the one that was previously in the subsection C on page 7. And so it's within the scope of the notice. Again, we would need to make some conforming changes to use the defined terms within the ordinance, but otherwise, if the board is amenable to it, I think it's legal to proceed with it. Not speaking to any of the other merits of it, but just the legal sufficiency of the offering.
I can speak to that, Commissioner Miller, if you'd like to know my
I would.
rationale or thought.
Yes.
When we look at the development of our oversight boards, I think, number one, it's very, very important that, and we have to understand the complexities of this deal with multiple jurisdictional agencies. And it's absolutely essential that those agencies do have flexibility and freedom to be able to do planning with inside their organization or jurisdiction so that their group can work together. But here's the concern that I have. If we are going, how do you bring all of these different working groups? If we're creating a working group for HART, where HART already has the oversight board, but say, for instance, for Plant City, they'll have their own group. You'll have Temple Terrace, they'll have their own group. Plant City will have their own group. Tampa will have their own group. We could have our own group. How do you take multiple agencies that could have, if there's 10, 11 on each one of those, how do we all come together to plan for the community if you've got all of these working groups? I think that's been the challenge with government of where we're at today is we all tend to work in our same silos. So what I would envision is that we would develop a transportation advisory board that would still give the flexibility for each of the jurisdictions to have their own group, but then again, they would appoint to a master group of 11 people that would come together then to provide the advice overall for transportation. They would not have the ability to be able to take out things of the plan. They would not be able to strip away things from other and have this infighting. It would simply provide a comprehensive group that would focus on the planning element of it. And so I think that just brings everybody more together as opposed to individual silos.
Am I in sequence? It was my hand.
Mr. Higginbotham?
To the county attorney, it's kind of hard to hear this far down, Chip. Were you involved in the drafting of this, or did you review it during the day?
We were not involved in the drafting of this. We reviewed it as drafted by the commissioner, or presented by the commissioner to us. We would need to revise some of the terminology to ensure consistency with the rest of the ordinance and make some other formatting changes if you were to proceed with this.
Well, I'm just going to say that with this extensive a change in an oversight that's so important, and that's something that I've watched and commented on for 6 years, this is to the maker and the second of the motion. This is draining the life out of your effort tonight. You may want to consider continuing this meeting to where all board members, and if there are any other modifications, that we look at that. And this is not personal, Kevin, and Commissioner, to all y'all out there, but this is too important an issue to have a last-minute change. And I'm not suggesting to you, and I don't want anybody out there to think that I'm saying you're doing something wrong. But y'all have talked about your children, your grandchildren, your nephews and nieces, but I want time to look at this. I want the county attorney to look at it, and I want to just send a strong word of caution to the maker of the motion that this is going to go down if you try and push this through with changes tonight. And I think that you ought to consider continuing this I don't know if there's a noticing issue, but we've got a commission meeting coming up next week. We continue this so that we can get time to go through this, and if there's anybody else here who's got changes, that we look at them.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand what Commissioner Higginbotham's suggesting. However, as the maker of the motion, I'm more than comfortable moving forward. If the changes Commissioner Beckner was suggesting involved, if they were financial or if we were changing projects involved in the plan, then I would agree with Commissioner Higginbotham that we shouldn't make substantive changes at this point. The changes he's recommending are an attempt to strengthen the oversight. What he's suggesting here is additional transportation expertise by involving those with public finance, with experience in transportation policy, planning, engineering. These are good changes that we should embrace. But the bottom line is we can always amend this ordinance at a future meeting. If for some reason we found something that was so troublesome, we could always amend it at a later meeting. Is that correct, Chip?
Yes, you could amend at a future meeting. We would have to renotice that amendment consistent with the ordinance process, but that's always available for future action by the board.
I'm going to continue reading what Commissioner Beckner passed out, but I don't see anything here that's problematic. I mean, it's just strengthening the oversight, which I would hope everyone would fully embrace.
Commissioner Miller.
Commissioner Beckner, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Beckner, under this Transportation Advisory Board, and I'm reading this as fast as I possibly can, is this a board that will be comprised, of appointees from each jurisdiction, being Hillsborough County, the 3 cities, and Hart has already asked this on board?
Yes, sir. That would be from all the different agencies, and they're broken down there. And for the listening audiences out there, if you may indulge me for a moment, the board shall be comprised of 11 persons. The composition of this committee shall include Category A, 5 persons who shall each have experience in transportation policy, planning, engineering, environmental science, design, and/or construction, 2 of whom shall have specific experience in transit. Category B, 2 persons shall be affiliated with separate nationally recognized transportation research institutes. Category C, 2 persons shall have at least 8 years or more of experience in public finance. And Category D, 2 persons shall be residents of Hillsborough County. So what this does is this balances the expertise that's needed and the many different facets dealing with transportation planning. It also includes citizens' appointees. And then in the bottom part of it, it says no member, and I think this is also important, no member shall be affiliated with any company which has contracts or does business with any jurisdiction in Hillsborough County. 5 members shall be appointed by the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners, with 2 members from Category A, 1 member from Category B, C, and D. 3 members shall be appointed by the mayor of the city of Tampa, with 1 member from each Category A, C, and D. And 1 member each shall be appointed by the cities of Temple Terrace and Plant City from Category A. Hart shall appoint 1 member from Category B, with no person current, and this is again important, no person currently serving in an elected or appointed office shall be eligible to serve as a member of the committee. Each member of the committee shall serve for a term of 3 years and until a successor is appointed.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up, and then Commissioner Merwin.
So therefore, you're not changing the duration or the percentage-wise of the motion, and you're probably going to offer this as an amendment?
Yes, sir.
I'm done.
Commissioner Merwin.
Are you offering this as an amendment to the ordinance?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you already made that motion?
I would make a motion that with the changes instructed in front of you with the suggested ordinance, that this be adopted as an amendment to the motion, and then obviously with the intent to allow the legal to make any minor changes for legal conformity.
I'll second that motion. And if I may have the floor for a minute. I really want to commend Commissioner Beckner for doing this. I was concerned about the type of oversight that we were putting into the ordinance. Now, I have not one thing against judges. My husband's an attorney. He'd probably be a great judge, but he's never going to be one, just in case anybody wants to know. But I can't imagine how 5 retired judges would be beneficial to the oversight process. And I do think that this Transportation Advisory Board strengthens that oversight very much. It's something that I feel is needed. Miami-Dade actually has this type of configuration for their advisory board, where I guess over Tri-Rail they monitor a lot of different transit issues down there. But I do think it gives a lot more credibility, transparency. We'll get more advice. And so I'm happy to help you move that forward.
Okay, we have a second. Questions? Yes, comments? Discussion
to the motion to amend.
Commissioner White.
Commissioner Beckner, on page 7, can you explain to me in the first paragraph of subsection C about the board being staffed by the executive director of the Metropolitan Planning Organization?
One of the things that I think, can everybody hear me? One of the things that I think that's important, Commissioner White, again, is that the MPO party to our ordinance here is not a party or considered an agency. We are clients of theirs, but obviously they are also involved and they do the long-range planning as they're contracted out by us. And so the thought with the MPO staffing somebody there, obviously they have their plans in place. But because they're not part of the agreement, per se, I thought it was important to have them by the table, and they would certainly be an agency that I think that would be able to at least lend to the discussion, certainly should be at the table.
So on the one hand, this may just be, again, we've been given this in the final hour. I'm still trying to digest this, but on the one hand, we talk about the executive director of the MPO staffing it, but then on the other hand, we're talking about the Board of County Commissioners and other parties, such as the municipalities, getting to appoint members of the board. So we have these bodies appointing these 11 members to the board. So how does the executive director of the MPO then come into play?
They are part of the staff to that advisory board, and obviously they would also weigh in with their plans. See, this is one of the things I think Commissioner White, again, what we've missed is having all of the appropriate people at the table. And so if we left the MPO out of this and they were not part of an advisory group, well, then you're leaving the agency that we have contracted with to do our long-range planning out of the equation.
Commissioner Beckner, let me ask the question a different way. Are you
Sure.
suggesting that the 11 board members be employees or staffers with the MPO, or?
Oh, no, Commissioner White, these 11 board members are appointed by the different agencies. So, for instance, as I mentioned, 5 persons, you got with the different categories, and if you look down at the last paragraph, it said 5 members shall be appointed by the Hillsborough Board of County Commissioners, with 2 members from Category A and from the different categories. And then City of Tampa would appoint 3 people, and then Plant City and Temple Terrace each would be 1 person, and Hart would have an appointee on the board.
So then the executive director of the MPO does what?
She is part of, or her designated staff member is part of the advisory committee and would weigh on based on what they've done in long-term planning and have that part of the equation.
So it would be as if the executive director of the MPO would be an ex officio member of this board? Is that right? Or?
That would be correct. I would term it in that sense. And keep in mind, Commissioner White, that this is an advisory board, so this is not a policy-setting board that they're going to be changing funding allocations. They are merely a technical advisory group.
I understand. And, Mr. Chairman, while I still have the floor, I just want to state for the record that although I will be ultimately voting no on this ordinance, I do intend to take a part in the amendment process.
Any other comments on this before we move for a vote? I'm going to go ahead and comment. Kevin, I know you're a very intelligent guy, very thoughtful and diligent in your efforts of public service. This portion of what we were attempting to do with Go Hillsborough was a very important part to me, and that was the level of accountability and transparency. What I saw happen during the last efforts of a referendum, the CIT tax, was promises made that weren't kept. And I didn't want to see that shell game happen again here. The issue I have with what you're trying to do is, one, the lateness of it, and in this process I'm always suspicious of everything that happens late. Maybe it's left over from my old legislative days, and it's that one last amendment. I know, Commissioner Miller, I was famous for doing the 1,000-page amendments the last hour of session, and that's why I'm very leery. I used to get my best work done in that last hour of session. Who the heck would read a 1,000-page amendment? Just a simple little fixing a glitch. But so I will not be supporting this because I'd like to have time to digest it and think about it and seek advice and guidance on it. In the spirit, on the face, to me it looks like it may be a good step forward. I don't know, but it gives me a high level of discomfort right now, because the process that we had was well vented, well thought out, well discussed, and I had developed a level of comfort with it. So you will not have my support on this. Okay, seeing no more. Commissioner Higginbotham.
In closing, before you vote, I won't support it, but as the county attorney said, as you see things that need to be adjusted or tweaked in the ordinance, that can be done, as could this. That's why I won't vote it on it at the 11th hour.
Commissioner Beckner.
And thank you. I will just close because board members, believe me, I truly do appreciate and understand, especially for those of you who have concerns. The reason why this is brought here is because tonight is because this, again, as I was making my final read, my mind does not stop thinking. I always believe, as important as this is, if we have ideas, whether it's at the 11th hour or whether it's months in advance, I think we need to bring it forward. And so that's why I'm bringing it forward now. And again, if you've got further input as we go down the road, I would certainly also welcome any improvements or final thoughts, and would certainly show no objections to bringing this portion back forward to amend it appropriately to address any appropriate concerns that we may find down the road.
Okay, considering that a close, the clerk will call the roll.
Yes.
Chris?
I can't hear it.
Can't hear you.
Chris?
No.
Hagan?
Yes.
Higginbotham?
No.
Miller?
Yes.
Merman?
Yes.
White?
No.
The motion carried 4-3. Commissioners Chris, Higginbotham, and and White voted no on the amendment.
Thank you. Okay, we're now back on the motion as amended. Is there further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner White, then Commissioner Beckner.
Commissioner Higginbotham, the rest of the commissioners, I'm always mindful of amendments made in the final hour. And, you know, in the past, I've always made an honest attempt to distribute materials before the board meeting and whatnot if I'm interested in an amendment. But I have a concern that's come up just tonight in listening to public comment throughout the course of this public hearing. Several citizens mentioned that the proposed ballot language is confusing. And if you'll turn to page 7 of the ordinance, section 7, subsection B. As I was reviewing that this evening after hearing these concerns, if you look at the first sentence of the proposed ballot language, I have a couple of issues. One is I don't believe it's clear enough that a new tax is being considered, although that is mentioned later in the proposed ballot language. Certainly doesn't seem to be clear in that first sentence. I also believe that the words improvements and better are biased. So, commissioners, although I'll be voting no on the ordinance in the end, but not knowing what the will of this board is going to be, I would like to make an amendment to the motion. And I would move to amend the ordinance as follows. To remove the sentence number 1 in section 7, subsection B, which reads as follows: fund countywide transportation system improvements for better roads and transit choices with 0.5% sales tax, and replace it with the sentence which reads as follows: implement a new 0.5% sales tax to fund countywide transportation system infrastructure, including but not limited to roads and mass transit.
Okay, we have an amendment. Is there a second? You have a second? Is there a second for the sake of discussion?
Well, I'll second for the sake of discussion, but please, that does not mean I will be supporting it at this time. I need to hear the discussion, hear from the county attorney.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and start with your questions of the county attorney? Ken, did you want to comment?
Ken wants to
All right,
first.
Commissioner Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I admire Commissioner White's creativity, but not a chance. I'm going to support that. Number one, we have a 15-word limit on what it can state, and I'll ask Chip to opine on that. Secondly, I believe the county attorney's office has done their due diligence on researching this language, checking with experts, and I'm going to rely on the expertise of the county attorney's office. Chip, can you opine on the word limit as well as what due diligence you've performed in analyzing the ballot language that's in front of us?
So the first point, the items that will go on the ballot here in this Section 7, subsection B, the first line that was referenced, that's referred to as the title, and that's limited to 15 words. And I did not count as you read, but I believe it was over 15 words. And then the remainder is 75 words on the summary, which is the next block, and then 75 words on the economic impact statement, which is the third block. So that's the limit that we're stuck with under state law and the county charter. So whatever amendments we make to this, you would need to stay within those word limits. We did review the case law on what is reasonable under Florida state law. Mary Helen Ferris in our office is our expert on that. She's reviewed that, as well as Sam Hamilton, who is our public finance expert. And we're comfortable that it is not biased, it's not misleading. It does reasonably state the main part of the proposition, which is what the statute requires, and we're comfortable that it's legally sufficient as presented. That does not preclude the board from making certain changes, but that's the standard that we would be looking at, and any changes is the word limit, and that it not be biased, and that it clearly state the primary purpose or the primary proposition, not every detail, but the primary propositions before the voters.
Okay. Members, questions, discussion?
Well,
Commissioner Miller.
in that case, I think, Mr. Fletcher, did you say that the words that he gave were more than the 15 in the opening clause? Am I correct?
I was not able to write it down quickly enough, but I do believe with the including but not limited to language that we went over 15 words.
And I have a
To respond.
I have a solution to that if I may withdraw my motion.
You can always withdraw your motion.
Okay, and I'd like to put a new motion on the floor then that would just simply amend that sentence to remove the word better and place the word new between with and 0.5% sales tax.
Can you go ahead and read that as corrected?
Absolutely. Fund countywide transportation system improvements for roads and transit choices with new 0.5% sales tax.
Okay. Since it's a new amendment, there's going to need to be a new second. Is there a second or a second for the sake of discussion?
I'm not going to second based on the, or support it based on the advice of counsel.
Okay. Is there no second? Seeing no second, the motion fails. Further discussion back on the original motion? Commissioner Beckner, then Commissioner Merman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think we've had a vibrant discussion about this today, and a lot of salient points have been made. And let me tell you, I'll never stop thanking all of you that come out to support a process like this. And again, it doesn't matter what side you're on. You're involved in this process. You're here tonight. It's because you believe and you care about this community, and I believe all of you and your hearts know that and see that, and we see that as well. I want to just give a little bit of explanation and give some context here because, as already been mentioned, we spent 3 years putting together this plan, and I believe that we have a solid core plan. We finished this plan back in November 2015. I supported the plan as it came along and still believe that it's a core plan. But as I alluded to and also mentioned earlier, I've learned lessons from 2010, and I've also learned the importance of making sure that even though we have presented something as a group, as a collaborative, and yes, we have had public input, I never stop listening to my constituents. I never stop making sure that we get a solid plan put together and that we can address the various concerns that we've had. And when I started going out with the public in 2015 there were concerns that were mentioned. And I will state that this does not transcend and is from one political party. It was across many political sectors and it was across many different facets of our community. The concerns were, just to summarize, is that government should allocate current revenue for maintenance and repair of infrastructure. There's a concern that development is not paying a fair share for growth. Investment in transit was insufficient. Taxpayers don't want to contribute 30 years of revenue for a 10-year plan. Our community lacks an integrated transportation systems plan. And the reliance on a single revenue stream for both infrastructure and transit lacks stability and capacity. I made that presentation. So I made a presentation in February of just this past February, addressing those concerns. And it took the core plan of what we were doing, allocated $25 million per year for 10 years, did the integrated transportation systems plan, and then also, like I said, we tightened measures and looked at measures for more accountability. I will tell you, since February, an awful lot has changed, and my ears still have not stopped listening and taking in input. Since that time, there was actually a 20-year plan that was developed, and a concept beyond the first 10 years included 60% of the allocation of resources going into transit. Just this week, in fact, just yesterday night, this board has approved a mobility fee ordinance that I believe will address the issue of greater accountability from the development industry to making sure that there's a more equitable way to pay for growth in our community. I will also tell you that many of you may have read in the paper, I've had a great, extensive conversation with Mayor Buckhorn to understand further his vision that he has for the city of Tampa. And I will tell you that as a county-wide commissioner, this is challenging because, as I mentioned, I don't represent one district. I've got suburbans and I've got urban constituents. I've got 75% of my constituents very concerned with infrastructure, roads, and how are we going to take care of a system that we already got. I've got the urban constituency that has a greater need for transit and more robust transit options and being able to have the flexibility to be able to do that. Mayor, I support 100% Mayor Buckhorn's vision of what he has for the city. There are some disagreements that I would have with Mayor Buckhorn. Having gone through the exercise with him and also having consulted with people from the FTA in the industry and reading the FTA rules, it has been very clear that a 30-year duration is not required to be able to fund the level of projects that the mayor has in his vision for his city. And the fact that is the matter is I was running the numbers and looking at what the proceeds from the city of Tampa would be generated. I looked at the 10-year proceeds, and one of the things you have to understand is with part of their vision is that they're going to need to do some bonding, which means that they have more extensive, robust transit needs that are going to require other types of funding sources and ways to leverage the money that they are receiving. So when I ran the 10-year number and from the plan that I was looking at, it was roughly they would have a bonding capacity of approximately up to $134,329,000. When I compared that to the needs and what the mayor needed for his city, I felt that then became very restrictive as far as what the city of Tampa would be able to do. I ran the numbers at 20 years. At 20 years, they would have up to $220,359,000 in bonding capacity to be able to use towards their vision, to serve their residents. What does that mean? That means that when you take the local match numbers generated by the proceeds, the surtax proceeds, along with the bonding capability, the mayor would have the ability to fund almost 50% of that vision. That's not even including monies coming from the state, money coming from the federal government, or any other sources. So I felt when I started looking at this that my plan then became too restrictive for the city of Tampa and for what those citizens could do. And so as I started putting the numbers together, I do believe that on either a 20 or 30-year plan will achieve that vision. But then again, I go back to balancing the needs of this community. You also have to take into account as well that the final decision to put this out and why you're here tonight lies inside the Board of County Commissioners. Despite what you all may think, we don't go around and we can't talk to each other for sunshine laws. So I'm coming in here tonight not knowing what my fellow board members, most of my fellow board members, are going to do. And so part of this, ladies and gentlemen, is being able to make sure that we can come together as a community to get something where you all can vote on. Despite whether you think it should go to ballot or not, I absolutely believe in the fundamental right of being able to choose your own destiny. And that's what the ballot box is for. That's what the democratic process is for. So for those of you that don't want it, I fully expect that you to be able to go and cast your vote, and you will campaign and you will assert yourself accordingly. But that will also give other people the opportunity to make sure that they have a right to also cast their voice as well. It's what this country was founded on. It's what so many people died for, and I absolutely believe in that principle. So with that, let me just close so you all know where I'm going with what I've been saying. A couple of people, and some people have mentioned the art of compromise. And I will give you my philosophy. There's some people believe that in this process there should be no compromise. You stand on your principles, you stand what you believe. But this is not. This is a process that requires collaboration. This is a process that requires compromise. And I only believe that compromise is a dirty word when you believe that you own the absolute truth. And I will sit here telling you here tonight that I don't own the truth. And I would also assert that none of us in this room own the absolute truth. We all own a piece of it. We all bring something to the table. We all must come to as a community to solve our greatest challenges, whether it's transportation or otherwise. It's about coming together to get this done. So in the art of compromise, I would be comfortable with supporting a 20-year duration. And so again, we're at a point where I don't know where the rest of my colleagues are going to do. So I'm going to put a motion for, and Mr. Chairman, this will probably be a substitute. We're just looking, we would just be replacing 30 years with 20 years.
You would be doing an amendment to the motion on the table.
Okay. So I would make a motion that we amend the ordinance to reflect a 20-year time frame versus a 30-year time frame.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, I don't see a second. So by failure of a second, the amendment to the motion fails.
Then if I could make a closing statement, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Thank you. With that in mind, I am going to give the people an opportunity to vote. So this is going to, in my mind, I will be casting my vote to let the people ultimately decide their destiny, and will be supporting the motion and the ordinance as it stands on the floor.
Okay. Commissioner White, were you next, or Commissioner Miller?
I'm finished, sir. Commissioner Merman.
No, I was after you.
Oh, you after? Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Beckner, thank you. You said a lot of things there that made it perfectly clear where you were. We didn't get the second on your 20-year, but appreciate your thoughts and your comments. I represent a district, but I'm a Hillsborough County commissioner. Hillsborough County. I'm elected from a district, so when I make my decisions, I got to make my decisions for the 1.35 million people in this county. 31,000 people move to this county every year. The prognosticators, demographers, whatever you say by 2040 we will have 2 million people. Well, they need to back up. It's going to be like 2033 or 2035. We have 2 million people in this county. So we're growing faster than they anticipated we would be growing. In 2010, I was not a member of this commission. I was running for county commission. And as I campaigned out in unincorporated Hillsborough County in my district, which happens to be one of the poorest districts in this county, I kept hearing that there's nothing in that plan for us in unincorporated Hillsborough County. And I understood that. And we all know that it passed in the city limits of Tampa and failed in unincorporated Hillsborough County. That is why this body, along with the 3 mayors and the chair of HART, when we started working this almost 3 years ago, we said, we want to go to every nook and cranny of this county and find out what every citizen wants, whether they're white, black, Indian, whatever the case may be, Protestant, Catholic, indifferent, what are their needs and what do they want? Now, someone complained about the amount of money that we spent on that, but we had to do that to find out what the people wanted. What did they want in this plan? And we worked to put every aspect of it in this plan, every aspect of it. There have been shots at us. There have been shots at Mr. Merrill, and I keep telling people, Mr. Merrill does not push the red and green buttons up here. He does what we tell him to do. And we're the ones who make that decision, and we're going to make a decision tonight as to what we're going to do and how we want to put it forth. Someone mentioned about a regressive tax. A sales tax is a regressive tax. But if we don't pass something, this county is going to be regressive. We're going to be known as the county that fills nothing but potholes. And this is not only for the next decade. Ladies and gentlemen, what we sat here tonight and giving the people the opportunity to vote is for the next century. And my question to you is, what is wrong with allowing the people to vote? Why would you want to suppress the voters? I've heard that when I was in the legislature. There was bills after bill suppressing the rights of people to vote. That is not what our forefathers, well, my forefathers weren't there when they were doing it, but that was not what they wanted to do. They wanted to allow people to have the right to vote. Yet we want to put our thumbs on them and say, no, you don't want to do that. Why? You're scared it's going to pass? Is that what you're afraid of? Well, if we're going to be the big county in this country, if we're going to bring, and Commissioner Merman talks about this constantly, and all of us really talk about bringing businesses here to bring jobs, or allowing small businesses to create more jobs, or creating more jobs in this county, we're going to have the transportation system get it done. If we don't, we're doomed to fail. She represents South County. That's where a lot of people are wanting to put their businesses. But we don't have the transportation plan to go down there. They're not coming here. I've had the opportunity to travel across the country trying to bring businesses here. There are 2 questions they ask. What is your transportation system like? What is your education system like? We have to answer those questions. We want to bring them here. I understand Commissioner White talking about planning, and having urban sprawl. Commissioners before us may have done that. I don't know. They probably did. That time, 3 of us was in the legislature, and we were doing our battles up there. But I think right now, I don't think right now, I know right now, with this plan and what we're putting forth, we're controlling that sprawl. We're controlling it. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to be a progressive, moving forward county, you talk about a regressive tax. If we don't allow the people to vote on this, we are a regressive county. Give the people the opportunity to vote, have the say-so if they want to be taxed or not. If they come back and say, I don't want this tax, then guess what? You call us the leaders, then we got to be the leaders and come back and put a plan out there and try to work with what we have to try to meet the needs of this county. That's what we do. That's why we're elected. So I'm going to be supporting the half-cent sales tax for 30 years. I hope my colleagues up here can do the same thing. Let the people vote. Don't suppress the vote. Let them vote.
Commissioner Merman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do, again, want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I can see some tired faces, so we'll try and get through this as quick as possible. But we all need to opine and tell you all how we're going to vote and move forward. I do have a very unusual district. District 1 is, I call myself the Coastal Commissioner. I have everything that touches water in Hillsborough County is in my district, and I go from Ruskin to Odessa. So I have a lot of diverse feelings about issues. Transportation is definitely one of them. As we know, the city, the roads in the city and the roads in the county, of course, I think they're about in the same shape, but you know, there's different options, I think, for transit things. But I think at the start of when we first started with this discussion, the goals we set were building consensus on fixing the roads, that something would be in it for everyone. As South Tampa goes, so does South County, so that they don't feel shortchanged, that the county unincorporated gets something out of it. We create this vision for transit. And as Commissioner Hagan said so eloquently, we know that we have issues here. We're tops in congestion. We have the highest traffic deaths for cyclists and pedestrians. HART has no routes, no frequency. Their fare box only covers 35% of the revenue. We're, on the good side, we're #1 in tourism in the state. We're the best place to retire. Second place, best place to live in the Southeast. #4 in the nation to own a pet. Didn't know if you all knew that. And for tourists, again. So our biggest challenge here was not so much the plan, was how are we going to fund it? And finding that right solution to solve our needs. And we do have massive needs. Nobody will dispute that here on this board. And so I'd like for y'all to think about these facts. Yes, we have a project list. I do have a lot of those projects in my district. But the message that leaves here needs to be that we have a fully cooked entree, not just something that's medium rare. We need to be able to offer a robust, transformational, whoever said that, plan to the public. And that's very important. Another point, building trust. Heard it throughout this evening. As you know, this is a crazy year for the presidential election. There is an anti-establishment vote out there. There is a lot of concern from people about government officials making the decisions they make about their tax dollars. And I think that is really important. And in general, and these points came from Susan McManus, that people are concerned about the economy still. They still don't feel the recovery has happened. We have not had a successful transportation referendum in the state of Florida in 14 years. I don't know if you all knew that. So if we put something on the ballot, it had better be good. And it better be worth it. It's like, I heard that from several people. We aren't there yet. And it's got to bring that return on investment. There are 4 major studies that will be completed in the next 2 to 3 years. This is another fact. The Department of Transportation HART study, the Premium Transit study, the CSX study, the TBX uncertainty, the streetcar study. Paul Steinman, I asked him the other day, what criteria does a project have to meet to make it on your funding plan? And he said, before going into their work plan, they need design, engineering, traffic studies, and ridership before they put anything in their work plan. We need to follow that same criteria for doing projects. And of course, as Commissioner White brings up about managing growth, the new incentives for redevelopment, designating economic development areas and regions. So in summary, I was coming to a huge compromise on this at one point. And when I saw this was going to be an all or nothing not even 20 years now, 30 years, all or nothing, I cannot support a tax referendum for 30 years. This is, I'll tell you why. No, don't clap, because really, this is a very hard decision. We should not be rejoicing, because we need to go back and keep working on this. We cannot quit This is just one vote tonight. We need to go back to the table and keep working at it. But I cannot ask the voters to approve a 30-year tax plan when all we're giving them is a 10-year road plan. In essence, we're asking them to, again, trust us with a blank check for 20 years. I cannot go there. It is, our transparency, everything. And with all these studies that we have out there, I know that we can revisit this at any time. We can go back to the Board of County Commissioners boardroom next Wednesday. We can still have a full discussion. Somebody could make a motion to do something. And we could go back, have another public hearing, and move forward. But make no bones about it. Transportation is our top priority. But every decision we make at that board on our budget has got to be with that in mind. And I am going to work really hard, harder than I've worked on this for the last 3 years and the year and a half before that on the Economic Prosperity Committee. We're going to fix these roads. We're going to find a solution. But a half cent for 30 years is not palatable when we need a robust plan. We need something that shows connectivity, that shows the transit options. And we aren't there yet. And I think we just aren't ready for a long-term referendum yet. And when we get there, I'll be there 100%, supporting it all the way and being the biggest cheerleader for it I can be. So I know this isn't probably the vote that you all wanted to hear, but we all have to be very honest about this plan and what it's going to give our residents. And then the commitment from me, others, all of us on this commission to go back to the drawing board, keep this discussion going, and try to find common ground so we can move forward. Thank you.
Any other comments before I close with a comment? Man, this seat is getting really hot. Before I go there, Mike at the back of the room, will you tell my Uber driver I'll be done here in just a minute? Thank you. In all seriousness, we're about 60 days out from having what we think will finally be an agreement of legalizing ride sharing in Hillsborough County. So we're pretty doggone close. It'll be up to the board to determine if they want to do it or not, but they're there. I've stayed very quiet on this issue, not because I was hiding anything, but because I was listening. I was watching, I was observing, I was doing what Victor Christ does, and that's my own research, not always trusting in what others provide me with. I know well enough that statistics can be twisted to tell you two different messages from the same data, and so can polls. For me, I think what happened here today is very reflective of what's been going on in my head. I did a tally of everyone who spoke. There were 62 people that came to the mic. 62. 31 for it and 31 against it. What are the odds that it would be evenly split after a late night? And even odder than that, knowing most and many of you in this room and your political preferences, there were about half the Republicans here that were for it and about half the Republicans here that were against it. And the same with my Democratic friends. There were about half of you here that were for it, about half of you here that were against it. So, when a lot of the speakers said, don't let the political pressure sway you, for me, it's not a political issue. The political pressure is even on both sides. Tonight, I will disappoint half of you in this room, half of my family, and half of my friends, and half of my political party. But the decision I will make tonight will be one that is well thought out, but frankly made this evening not on logic, not on data, not on one single thing I heard, but on just simple, old-fashioned intuition. I've been reelected 11 times in my political journey. Yeah, 11 elections, overwhelmingly. And it's not because I'm out there knocking on every door, kissing every baby, and doing everybody a favor. It's because I listen, I'm receptive, and I care about all the people in my district. And I'm not afraid to champion what isn't popular. So my decision tonight, not political, not pressured, not because I'm fearful of anything, just intuition of it's the right thing to do at this time. So, at the beginning of this effort called Go Hillsborough, I was very, very enthusiastic about the thought and the idea that we were finally going to come together and cultivate a consensus solution to our transportation initiatives. Yeah, we had representatives from all different perspectives of all the different silos and all the different government entities at the table, and we were starting to look and listen and ask questions and dance with one another. And I felt like, whoa, we're finally going to get something that we all agree on, at least most of us, and we can move it forward and be happy with it. But I learned real quickly that we weren't quite there yet. And in the spirit of good faith and willingness to want to seek a solution, I voted to move it out of that committee and forward to the Board of County Commissioners so we could continue fact-finding, continue debate, and continue our discussions. I had concerns. I brought those forward. Those concerns are very eagerly addressed by Mike and his team, and I got to tell you, we have some of the finest people working for our county. And Bonnie, Mike, Greg, all the rest of you, Lucia, I can't thank you enough for trying to meet every one of my concerns and demands in this. But here tonight, from just my gut feeling, and my intuition, at this time, I'm not going to be able to support the motion. So if there's nothing else to be said, the clerk, go ahead and open the board and call the roll.
Beckner.
Yes.
Christ.
No.
Hagan. Yes. Higginbotham.
No.
Miller.
Yes.
Merman.
No.
White.
No.
The motion failed, 3-4. Commissioners Christ, Higginbotham, Merman, and White voted no.
Commissioner Hagan for a closing comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick comments. I agree with what Commissioner Merman stated as far as Ms. McManus's comments about folks have issues with government officials making decisions with their tax dollars. However, I felt that's the beauty of this plan, is that we're not making those decisions. The public will be making those decisions. I'm not going to debate the merits, just going to say that we do not have the luxury of delaying any longer. Commissioner Beckner spoke about compromise. I felt by going from the differences from 2010, from going from 1 cent to a half cent, removing the light rail plan in unincorporated Hillsborough, and by focusing more on roads, intersections, and traffic signals in the first 10 years was compromise. But to some, perhaps that's not compromising enough. So in the spirit of moving forward, I will place a motion on the floor for the sales tax referendum with a 20-year duration and see if that's enough of a compromise.
Second.
There was a motion by Commissioner Hagan, second by Commissioner Beckner, for a 20-year duration at a half cent. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Beckner.
Yes.
Christ. No. Christ.
No.
Hagan. Yes. Higginbotham. No. I can't hear you.
No. No.
No. I can't hear him.
No.
Thank you. Miller.
Yes.
Merman.
No.
White.
No.
The motion failed, 3-4. Commissioners Christ, Higginbotham, Merman, and White voted no.
Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I do want to thank staff for all their hard work. I would like to make a motion to schedule a workshop as soon as possible to continue this discussion and move forward. I think our constituents expect us to continue this discussion and not stop today.
Second.
So,
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner White. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no discussion, roll call vote, please.
Wagner,
Yes.
Christ,
Yes.
Hagan. Higginbotham,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Merman,
yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Is there any further business to come before this evening? Let me thank each and every one of you for being here with this evening. Seeing no further business, we adjourn.